Pog Online Poggers.
Hello, god damn it. Hello, welcome to My Maid. I'm your robot maid, My. We are going to finish Bioshock tonight, I think. We're gonna get in one last stream, or one more stream at least. Hopefully before, when is the storm coming in? Or the cold, the front coming in? Cold front. Or the winter storm. Hopefully it doesn't break anything. But with all the corruption and mismanagement of the government, you know how it is. We also have a coward as one of our representatives, and whenever things get cold, they go to Cancun. There's Thursday night lows, okay, and then Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Okay, Friday night looks like 41s, and then Saturday night is going into the 20s. At least in my area. So Saturday night. I don't believe we'll be getting any moisture, but you never know. I hope everyone stays safe, stays warm, and you vote for a different representative in the coming elections, because we have terrible ones. Where did that come from? Oh, I can get stuff. Incinerate 3. Ooh. Insect swarm 3. I haven't really been using that, but I want to. I don't really use it. Yeah. We'll go with this. Since it's essentially homing. How you doing, Spicy? Look, Spicy, they're gonna lose power. And you're not gonna be able to work. You know what? Oh, whatever. You know, you gotta get paid. I get it. I wish you could stay home though. And still get paid. Be careful. Stay warm. Health upgrade. Eve upgrade. When you deal electrical attacks. Combat. So, okay, if I have both electrical ones. This is frozen field too, but I have electric. Wait, what does this do? Oh, I like that though. Oh, we'll do the research one. Okay, we'll replace the research. Okay, so now when we zap, we're gonna zap hard. Good night, Spicy. Have a good sleep. Like I said, stay warm, stay safe. All right, so our heart is stopping. Fontaine said some nonsense that's making our heart stop. But we gotta stop that. Why doesn't it? Oh. Is there no Sport Boost 3? I want Sport Boost 3. Ba-dum bum bum bum. Face it. I don't like how they don't stay frozen that long. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba. Da-da-da-da, ba-da-da-ba, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. We need batteries. Ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da. And Eve when inflicting damage with the wrench. Ooh. How small? And what is this? It's a tonic. I made a tonic. Or I made a husband. Slightly more health. Here, I need the. What is this? That's stupid. What the oh.
I don't like this any more than you do, kid.
Damn it, Fontaine.
Understand where I'm coming from. I got 12 years down here. Big investment. Man can't walk away from a long con like that.
Oh my god. Hey, McNugget. How are you doing? Miss you. Need that. Give it. Give it. Give me the cash. Right. Shut up. No, keep doing it. I love it. No. No. Ow. Grass back here. Ah. All right. Admittedly, that was really sloppy. One, I should have been using these. You know what? Here. Oof, 100. It's getting expensive. Weird. Well, let's see. It's gonna get really cold. So we're preparing for that. And since we're from an area, I'm from an area that it's mostly hot most of the time. We're not really prepared for the cold. Heck, yeah. So infrastructure probably going to take a hit because I was saying this earlier. Corruption and coward representatives. What? Oh, who broke it? I needed that. (16°C). What's that in freedom units? Okay. Well, it's going to be getting down to the 20s Fahrenheit. With moisture in the north, which either means ice or snow. I heard girl. I heard girl and giant. There you are. I can do it too. Not you. Fuck off. No, 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 no. Wow, how did you do that? Stop! God, fucker's a sniper with that rivet gun.
It's always the same with you, parasites, looking for a handout.
Go after the daddy.
Mr. Coswell?
Your kind isn't welcome here.
They're right there. Attack. Attack! Okay. That's odd. Ooh, 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 what's this? Oh, okay. Yeah, so because we're, you know, not used to the cold, we're not prepared for the cold, so we might lose. Well,
Use grenade launcher.
I did, but it doesn't hit as hard. Pistol damage increase. Armor piercing. There we go. Lady, you need to get out of the way. Ah! All I got is proximity mines, and I only have 2 because I only have 1 of the regular ones. Frag. Bitch. It didn't even kill you. Why can't I hit you? Ow, and my own turret also hit me. Wait, I need the daddy. Boom. 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 You're mine now.
Mr. P! Mr. P!
Be free.
Thank you.
Yeah, get out of here before they get you. Wait, hold on. Let's change that.
Who said that?
Oh, mama.
Who's that?
Why are you taking so little damage now? You just trying to kick me?
Bleeding all over the place.
Oh, damn it. No. Get away from that. No! Because that's fair. Increase the flow. Oh, I've been using them. Oh, you did? Did you finish it? Or what happened? Okay. Ah. Yeah. All those Unreal 5 games are.
Welcome to the Circus of Values!
Hmm. 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 What am I doing? I'm looking at 320. I never played it. No, 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 no. There we go. That's good. There we go. And here we go. Is it doing that thing where if you move, it creates like after images? I know Unreal 5 has... I don't know why they started doing it like that. It's a rendering method and it sucks. I don't know. Oh, they're $5 cheaper. Oh, it is. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. Does that with the hair too. Really, it makes... I don't know. I get it. Like from a distance, it works, but like... it's close. It's up close, so you see it and you see the weird blurry shit. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry about that. It's not like these games where it's like, well, let me give you a model and we don't do weird render shit. What you see is what you get, even if it's not perfect, which is I appreciate it. Fontaine. Oh, I can't even hack it. Fontaine's office up there, huh? Where am I going? I'm going over there. Why? My heart is shutting down. Okay, yeah. Osai, hello. How you doing?
That Tannenbaum ain't what you
We're gonna
think.
finish this.
Florence Nightingale, huh? That'll all come crashing down before you can say Cantomatus. I've seen good bunco, and I've seen great bunco. But when you waltz through Rapture and World War II, leprechauns watching over you.
Ooh. Yeah, I think that's what's. I mean, that's coming for us too. The storm's coming in. It's gonna knock power out. I'm sure it is. At least in some places, which sucks.
Fontaine's become some kind of boogeyman in Rapture. That myth gives him power. But peel back Flim Flam and a humbug, he's just another con man. And like all con men, he worries he'll end up on the wrong side of grift. That's why he commissioned Lot 192. The antidote to the mental control plasmid. Fontaine said I better not tell anybody about the antidote. Not even Tenenbaum.
Antidote?
Suchong is inclined to listen. That's quite a little monster Fontaine's dug up. When she does speak, which is almost never, her accent is thick and grating.
Oh.
Her hair is filthy and she seems to wear the same mustard-stained jumper day after day. But I've got to hand it to Frank.
Hey. Oops. No. Ah, are you kidding me? I forget. I don't have a shield. I don't have anything. It's just
Knew there was something to
me
that.
dodging around.
Always secrets when with Suchong, always. He must have his lot
And
192
it's
in his
F2,
lab
not just
near
2.
Apollo Square. I once stole a dose and brought it back to my flat. Second floor.
Did you just put this here?
Never knew what lot 192 was for, but Suchong was doing something. On this, I keep my eye.
I've seen that. Did you play it any? How is it? Dude, what is your problem? Ah!
Kills need to turn my fisties, but business is business. Don't let it get you down.
My heart.
Won't make a difference when this whole place is fish food.
Huh. That's funny. I didn't even know it had combat. From whatever, all I've seen of it is people doing weird shit. Like funny stuff. It's like there's this one thing where like you get flirted with, and then you do this whole what are they called? There's like silk stuff hanging from the ceiling, and then you swing around on it. And then like everyone's a doctor because that's like the like I guess the meta, or maybe it's the OP build. And then what else? And the mounts, or the quote unquote mounts. Because some of them aren't really mounts. Like I know there's one that's a tiger. It's just a tiger chasing you, but it makes you move, like run really fast, and your legs have your legs turn into cartoon like wheel animation. So it looks funny and fun. It's just I've never touched it. Who's humming?
With our skinner boxes and our electric shocks. What a waste of time. Until Adam, you could no more domesticate a child than a boa constrictor. Fontaine gives a Suchong history for child that he wants to imprint into child's head. Kid, not a person. A jukebox. Ready to play whatever tune Fontaine wants to hear.
If you serve that in any respectable hotel in New York, they'd laugh you out of town.
Oh, like yeah, like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Oh, she's electric. Don't really work on her. Is there a guy up there? All right. You go across the building. We also pick up whatever's on the floor. Culpepper. We also go in here. Anna Culpepper. Big Daddy? Go get your sister. Wait. Oh, never mind. I got all the sisters. Uh-uh. You sneaking up on me? Stop shocking her. That doesn't do anything. Oh, she wasn't sneaking up on me. I was invisible. I forgot. I go invisible when I stay still. That should hurt you too. If you drop it on yourself, it should hurt you. Ow. I hate that they explode. Whistling. God. Maximum health.
This way, kid. Hell, I was there when you were born. You ever have a dog you gotta put down? Breaks your heart.
Dude. Fuck you. A dog you gotta put down. Fuck yourself, Fontaine. Dun 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 dun.
Now that's off. Yeah, Mark will come back. Huh? Yeah, everything will be fine.
Be. Oh. No, hold on. Sorry. Sorry, hold on. I was trying to do something. What the fuck is going on? F5. F5. Okay. You know what? Fine. You want to be frozen? You want to be frozen. Oh, it's because I changed the controls and I didn't change it back. Equipment. Nope, it's right there. I also changed it. Okay, so 7. Equip plasmid 5. F5, 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 F4, F5, 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 F5. Man. Oh, I can play the piano. F5. I changed it. Maybe I broke it, which is bad. It's terrible. I can't believe it's like that, but whatever.
I ain't afraid of failure.
Fontaine keeps. Well, no, actually, he doesn't keep doing anything. He's already done the thing that is making my heart shut down. So I gotta find the antidote. Peep it, you got a knee injury. No. What happened? Arrow through the knee. Where's the door? Seriously, I'm sorry. What the hell? So how do I get there? That goes there. This goes here? Well, no one's Ethan except for Ethan. Ethan's got mold powers. Oh, up. She does not. You take that back. She's a beautiful mold baby. And she's part of Chris's Hound Wolf Squad. Thank you. Bam! Oh, wait, you're dead. Oh. No, she's awesome. Don't hate on Rose. Her mother's horrible. She had a hard childhood because everyone kept calling her a freak. Aww. And she's the little new leader of Chris's Hound Wolf Squad. Wait. Ah, come on.
the trouble? Otherwise, you'd have been cut in two by the first security bot you crossed paths with. But not Ryan. He made it so his security would recognize his genetic structure. With half his genes, you ain't immune, but you got just enough to throw their metallic mooks off their game.
So if you didn't get that, we're actually Ryan's kid.
Wallet a little light? At Surgical Savings, we'll happily work out an affordable payment plan for any major procedure. Potentially terminal.
Oh wait, no, we already got the scissors.
Won't wait until
Waiting for nothing. Everyone lives here? Y'all were all neighbors? What the hell is this? Look, who's he gonna give leadership to or whatever? Umber Eyes? I don't think so. Annoying. Really? There's a bed here and everyone's all passed out on the couch? Shit. Okay. Finished. Don't work me. Better not be sleeping. Oh. The snork is a value. Oh no, I go from here to there. Okay. Oh. That door takes me to the goal, but dude, get it together, you drunk. Why is it so expensive? Finished. What does that say? I can't even read it. Oh, abandoned apartment.
Damn it!
Smoke doesn't stop you from being frozen. Cut it out. Jackass. Fish. Ooh, iced coffee. You don't like coffee? I like it more than energy drinks.
The darling is actually.
I don't know. Never tasted pea, but it probably tastes not dissimilar. It's full of taurine.
Don't you bang! Run away! Never about running!
God, obnoxious.
Adam's the ultimate score, kid. No more grifts, no more scams. A monopoly on Adam makes Standard Oil look like the Piggly Wiggly. All that's left is burying the bodies. And when they're already 6 miles under the Atlantic, you've got one hell of a head start.
Looks like things have gone busto between Fontaine and his little German beanpole. Why a guy like Fontaine would waste his time with that spooky crowd when he could be getting the gravy from any dish he chooses is beyond the understanding of this paparazzi. Even reset the door code to 5744. Maybe to be double sure that beanpole don't sprout up in his yard again.
You know that thing when you're making a recording and then you fucking put the code in there that, you know, was changed, just in case someone finds it and they need a hint or something. Oh yeah, and his PIN number was 5744.
Nothing left but nothing. I'm not off, you shit! I'm dodging by the minute, you nothing!
Look at my home, torn apart by Fontaine and his pig. No doubt he had the samples of Lot 192 taken to his penthouse. Entrance is in lobby, but the damn thing is almost locked. will not believe me, but there was a time when this place was also beautiful.
Did you actually sleep with Fontaine? I thought they just thought that because y'all were together all the time or whatever, but you actually sleep with him? Because gross.
What do you take me for? Some kind of mental incompetent? We tossed Mother Goose's roost the moment she decided to grow a conscience. You won't find nothing here, kid. Maybe a theories. But trust me on this. You don't wanna.
Wow, that's annoying. Open the door! Bitch, I didn't touch you. Pepperoni. Pepperoncino. I said 5744, but was it 7544? Damn it. Nope. I've never heard that.
I need a place for the children. This is you who are their savior. Will you stop here? Or will you deliver them from this terrible city?
Oh, my Frank Fontaine. He had a Zen garden, really? Did not expect that, honestly. Name's Frank Fontaine. That's what he sounds like. And I'm better than you. Because I'm a da Frank Fontaine. He's Italian now. I'm a da Frank Fontaine. Go. I'm a Frank da Fontaine. Who are you shooting at? No, let me. Well, never mind. Frank Fontaine. Uh-oh. Nope, nope, nope. What? Did it explode? It exploded. Wait. Ow! I exploded. Well, the alarm's off, or whatever. Ay, ay, ay. You know what? I think it's... well... No, you know what? I think it's cool. Recently, I saw a kid... Well, I saw that a parent had named their kid Jiraiya. And the only place I could think they would get that from is the anime, you know, from Naruto. Which I think is pretty cool.
I'm gonna miss this place. Rapture was a candy store for a guy like me. Guys who thought they knew it all, dames who thought they'd seen it all. Give me a smart mark over a dumb one every time.
The character or the anime?
These sad saps. They come to Rapture thinking they're gonna be captains of industry. But they all forget that somebody's gotta scrub the toilets. What an angle they gave me. I hand these mugs a cot and a bowl of soup, and they give me their lives. Who needs an army when I got Fontaine's home for the poor?
Yeah, it's almost as like there's no social safety net. People get desperate. You can prey on them. And then they do what you want. Against the established order. It's all right. I'd say it has its moments, just like anything else. It has way too much filler. I would give you that. And I've never watched Bort, so I'm just talking about OG Naruto. The fans, yeah. Yeah. I get that. I'm drunk again. That eats up too much. Eve. Forgot what it's called. Shit. Yeah, I know. I haven't actually. How much? I maybe. I think I maybe watched like 1, maybe 2 episodes of My Hero, and that's the same thing. I know a lot of people feel the same way because of their fans. Like from the beginning? The earlier seasons, I think, were really good. And then it started getting... It's the power creep, right? You know? That whole thing. At the end, they were just wizards. casting spells with the power of gods. I think the earlier stuff is pretty strong compared to the later stuff. Towards the end, I mean, Sasuke gets just emo the entire time, but not like just too much. I get it. It doesn't even make sense because I'm pretty sure by that time he knows that his brother fucking did what he did to, you know, save everybody. Oh, I don't. What song? I don't know what song you're talking about. Chemical Thrower. Lot 192. What is this? Electric Flash. Oof. What do I get rid of? I guess this. Well, lot 192. Oh!
Yes, the compound is taking hold. The effects of the mental suggestion are now gone, but there will certainly be side effects.
Plasmids have become unstable, and you are temporarily unable to choose which one you have equipped. Great. I guess that's why we have guns, huh?
Lot 192 has reorganized your entire plasmid structure. I should have known you would need a larger dosage. You will have to locate another dosage to fully remove the effect.
Well, thank you, Tenenbaum. Could have told me that earlier, but whatever. Do you think it's in Suchong's apartment?
Good. Now go find Suchong's lab in Artemis Suite. In there, no doubt there will be more of this Lot 192.
And where is Suchong's? Oh, I'm in Fontaine's. I gotta go down the elevator, right? Okay, you don't need to switch to it. I'm fine holding the gun. Fuck off. Where my shit does not hit as hard as it used to. Like just one level. The level before I was hitting hard. Suchong. Oh, that. Ugh. Suchong? Suchong? Okay. I've been there, apparently. this is Tenenbaums. This tenant. I was gonna say, does Tenenbaums connect to Suchong's? I don't think so. Oh. Ah! Barbed wire does not hurt that much. What? That's me. Asshole. Suchong? No, abandon. What? Tenenbaum? How did I? Okay. It's on a lower floor. That's what it's telling me. That's Tenenbaums. Suchong. Which is Suchong's. This map sucks. This one? Is it? Okay, it's this one. With the name scratched off. Okay. This is not abandoned. This is Suchong's. Fucking the arrow is telling me where to go. God damn it. This is not right. What are you doing? What am I doing? Has that time? I believe second dose of drug in Suchong's lab in Artemis Suites near Apollo Square. Artemis Suites near Apollo Square. God damn it. Didn't even need to be there.
Ignore the lies of Atlas and his parasites. Rapture is on the rise.
Bitch, get out. Oh. I should upgrade. Oh, maybe I did. I think I did upgrade this. Of value. Welcome to the circus of shut the hell up. There we go. Open the door.
angry when I came down here, but my God, I had no idea. There's armed men all over the place. I saw a woman climb over the fence trying to escape. One of Ryan's guards pointed at her and she lit on fire. Just like that. What's happening here?
Oh, hey, more sisters here. Settle down. I don't want no trouble. I don't want no trouble until I want trouble. You know what? Yeah, y'all play with him. Okay, there's one. Oh, that was quick. Yeah, I can snipe at you too, man. Oh. Are you kidding me? Okay, I forget that the hitboxes of these old games are not that great. Ow. Yeah, you're mine now. Be free!
What can I really do for these little
Now get the hell out of here.
tainted by sin? But you, perhaps you unlock a future for them that I cannot even imagine. A little one heads your way with a gift. Please be careful.
It doesn't do anything. He's already electro. He's already electric. He's already electric. Freeze, 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 freeze. Wow, that is bad luck. Finally. There's another girl!
I can control myself!
Where'd you go? I heard you. Not even sure what enrage does here. Thank you, girl.
To re-engineer your plasmids in the space containers put you in. You'll just have to make do with what you have.
Get twice as many as normal. I don't really care.
I bribed one of the gorillas at the gate to let me in. It's awful in here. To my right, I can see a dead woman lying in the street. Everybody just walking by her like she was there. But I noticed something spray painted everywhere. Atlas lives. I don't know what it means, but something tells me it's important to these people.
I forgot I could zoom in. And there was a large father and a sister, and I can't find him. All right. This is an apartment building? No, what the fuck? Oh, I guess it is, but at the end? Okay, let's just go to the goal for now. Because we need that potion that stops this fucking flippy shit. Man. Oof, starting to hate this. Starting to hate this. You got a sister? Go get her. Yeah, or I mean from pretty early on, but it's actually it's one of the better weapons, I guess I would say. But you got to get up right up close, like right in their face. Now, okay, they're doing it. They're getting the sister. Damn it. Did I break it? Or does it just not work? It doesn't work. Stop flipping on me so much. Oh, you know what? Cyclone trap. That's fine. Ow. Ammo bandito. I did. I used it a lot, actually. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Ah! Well, great. Security bullseye. Which would matter if there were any security cameras around here. Man, I am out of stuff. Was there a clown on the way? I don't remember. Where did you go? Still got the girl with you? Fuck you. Ow, 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 ow. Where was it? Where was it? I saw it around here. Here it is. Oh. Ah, you son of a bitch! Stop. What? Stop. Ow. Girl. Come here.
No. 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 No.
Wrench and grenade launcher. Yeah, I guess so.
Thank you. Thank you for helping me.
Yeah, whatever. I guess you were watching me take down daddies then, because I don't use grenade launchers on the regular people. Which I am always hunting for daddies. Oh, there's a clown right there. There's supposed to be a clown here. If you're talking about the ammo bandito, I am going to be furious. What? What? Stop. Stop. You are you kidding? Stop. Ammo bandito. Yeah, whatever. Let's go see the actual clown. Oh wait, we haven't been here. Ugh, okay, I guess we're not gonna see the actual clown right now. Start hack. Baratata horny. Ratatata horny. Ratatata horny. Ratatata horny. That's how that song goes. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you aren't plugged in to the sound of crazy. Da 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 da. Go. What? Stop throwing shit. These people always throwing shit. Lady. Ow! I'm gonna nitrogenize you. You know, I'm also gonna bee you, first of all. Now I nitrogen. Nitrogen. Ya da 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 da. Electric. Or it could explode in one hit. Okay, I don't need no more systems. Free clinic. Bullshit. Nope. How would that even be allowed? Ryan would fucking shut you down so fast. Stupid ass.
I send you lies! Coward! This guy!
Go you faster with the wrench.
Clinical trial protector system, plasmid lot 255. Dr. Suchong, client Ryan Industries. Very frustrating day. I can't seem to get the damn big daddies to imprint on the little brats. The protection bond is just not forming. Get away. Maybe if I modify the genetic sequence sequence to allow for... Get away, you filthy little shit! What?
Well, sounds like he got what he deserved. Lot 182. Ah!
Now you are having freedom. Suchong's drugs should have no hold on you.
Nice.
Take the bathysphere to Point Prometheus. It's time for this matter to be settled.
Wait, that's it? Really? Well, there's a lot of death robots hovering outside the door. Oh, they don't even make you go over here to Hestia? Well, was a lie. I'm drunk. We're just drunken stumbling throughout. What? Did you like that? Asshole. See, let that be a lesson. Don't punch anyone unless you know that they're not going to emit some kind of electrical charge. I didn't get medical expert too. Whatever. Because you never know. Someone could be fucking filled with some kind of electrical charge. You punch them, you make contact, and then you're dead from electrocution. Motherfucker. Are you kidding me? Armor piercing. Anti-personnel. Yeah! Wow, that sucked. Ya da 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 da. All right, we're out of here. Shout it out, shout it out. Yada da 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 yada da da da. And we got all the we got all the girls. Yada da yada da.
I'm sorry, Father. I'll do what you said. I'll do what you say. Jesus loves me, this I know.
Bullshit. No, no, wait, no, no, shift. Didn't love that exchange, but whatever. Oh, shout it out, shout it out.
Thus saith the Lord God.
Ah, I moited you. I myrtleized you. What does work? It wasn't working earlier. What the hell? Wrench locker! Oh, no, no. That's not what I wanted. Never mind. Hold something else. Oh. Physical. Mm-hmm. What else? Plasmids use less Eve. What is this? A physical tonic. God damn it. There's not enough. There's too many good physical tonics, not enough spells. Not enough of those. All right. No, 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 no. Put it down. Whew. What? What did I do now? No, no, no. Oh, you fuckface. Done. All right. Wake up, you dummies. Get close. Also, I need a clown. I need a clown. I need a clown, clown, clown. I need a clown. I'm wounded. Find a health station. Yeah, I know I'm wounded, lady. Lady? Wait, I can have 48? Really? Okay, yeah. I can love these things. Hell yeah. Yada da 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 yada da da da. About to die, about to die. Bandito. Shut up. Where's the one here? Oh, here. All the way. Ugh. Shit, I need money now. The first time I've needed money. Hold on. One of my freaking... One of our dogs is a scaredy cat. And I think the wind is starting to pick up. So she's like, oh, I'm scared. Let me let her in real quick. Okay. Hold on. I'll be right back. Wait. No, you're all dirty. Why are you all dirty? Why are you all dirty? You're dirty. And you? What were y'all doing? They were rolling around in the dirt or something. For you. Go lay down. Puppies. Oh, you're so pretty. Look, you're so pretty. Go lay down. If y'all are leaving, I am closing the door and you don't... Okay, that's it. Go. Apparently, they just wanted to come in here, see what I was doing, and then leave. They're a couple of brats. Actually, I think one is like really big into like... Well, okay, they're all basic. They're all like, what is it? Belgian Malinois. So they're big into like working and then, but also like guarding and stuff. And I think one has anxiety, and the way she tries, or the way that it manifests itself is in guarding duty. And so she's always like doing rounds around the house and outside. Where are we going? Going this way? I already closed the door. Cause you left. It's either in or out. I'm not opening the door and closing it again and again.
I wore it for you, father. You like?
You're down here. Oh, bullshit.
I send you spoil. Working properly. Out where I can reach you. Get away from me.
Oh, do I not have to? Oh. Josh! Oh, hold on, she wants in.
Look at that aim, that's how my grandma usually plays, but what to do really?
Oh. Oh, no, ma'am. But, girl, you're better than that. Look, I didn't know there was fucking... okay, it's an actual projectile. It's not hit scan, so... Why don't you cool it with the judgies? With all the judginess. Okay. Oh, we're gonna see ghosts. Where? Ghosts. Ghost? No?
Made Ryan good and mad when I started playing the charity angle. Fontaine's home for the poor. Before I knew it, I was calling myself Atlas and leading an army. Ryan and his precious rapture. You don't have to build a city to make people worship you. Just make the chumps believe they're worth a nickel.
Okay. Why are you telling me your life story, man? Okay, why am I seeing ghost vision but not seeing ghosts? Oh, is it down here? It's not. Where are the ghosts? Oh, there you are. Oh, okay. Fontaine's home for the poor. Little Sisters Orphanage. Ah! I'm glad I brought the robots. And my trusty wrench. Huh? Throw a mask at him. Oh, he's an electro. Bees. Bees in your face, bees in your face, bees in your face, bees in your face. That's it? There's nothing down here? I need regular ammo for this gun. The pistol, not this one. Why is there bat toilets next to the kitchen? Robot is stuck. Put it out. Are they recyclable? Oh no, it says deactivate. Okay, I don't know about you, but I don't need to shit the instant I put a cracker into my mouth, you know? I said I don't need to do that. I said I don't need to do that. Get back here! Why did the first one not explode? Was that a dud? Killed your boyfriend or whatever. I said I don't have that. What are you talking about?
You shall know I am the Lord!
Ow. Oh, same place. They had one of those couple toilets where they're like, the toilets are back to back and they face each other somehow. I don't know. For when you're like crazy codependent. Oh yeah. Out of the way. No, you put shit out in the internet, it stays there forever. Yada yada. Now you dead. Now you dead. Now you a frozen corpse. You a frozen popsicle. How do I get out? I thought it was crouching, but is it not? It is. Ow!
Steinman will fix me. Everything will work out.
Dude, Steinman's dead. Large father, could you get out of the way, please? No, 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 no. Hold on. Two, no, this one. Get myself a new robot. Oh, no, 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 no! Fuck! Well. Hey, three at once, huh? 3 at once. 3 at once. Wait, no, inside. Is there even anything in here that I need or want? Yo, I don't have $16. I'm poor. I'm poor. Excuse me, large father. Get the hell out of the way, though, please. Get out of the way, please. Get out of the way. Thank you. Okay, Atlas's headquarters. That's why I'm here. This is the headquarters. Oh, wow, really? Okay. That's not mine, is it? Oh, it is mine. How does one get in here? Well, I'll pick that up. I have to use telekinesis. think I'm full. Yeah. Lame. Alright, robot. We're out of here. Let's go. Power to the people. Power to the people. So I can break. I mean, I can not break them and then pick them up. I didn't know that. It's either that or the rate of fire. Yeah, let's see if we can do that. Oh. What does this do? Forfeit? No.
Never play a man for the short con when you can play him for the long one. Atlas is the longest con of all. Ryan wanted Frank Fontaine dead. I just gave him what he wanted. As Atlas, I got a new face, a clean record, and a fresh start. Now, it's time to take back Rapture.
It'll be so pleased.
Oh, Mrs. McClintock! What are you doing here? Let me just turn this off.
Almost got caught, huh? Almost got caught. Looks like Frank Fontaine is not as slick as he thought. Done. Fontaine's home for the criminally poor. Really? Ow. Oh, reload. Why are you not reloading? Really? I didn't know they could catch on fire by walking through a person. Ah! Ah! I'm catching on fire by walking through a person! Circus of value. All right, let's finish this. It's time. It's time to take down Frank Fontaine.
But laying all your chips on Mother Goose, it's not like you never been double-crossed before. You know what I'm saying? Off at the point, Prometheus. We'll discuss this like men. You, me, a submarine topside, and more at him than you can possibly imagine.
Got all the sisters. All right. Point Prometheus. Why are we just laying there, man? Frank Fontaine. Oh, here we go. Point Prometheus. Oh, there's still another place to go to. We're not done. Why children take so long to grow? They eat and drink like pig and give nothing back. Must find way to accelerate process. Suchong. Dr. Suchong. Good one.
All right. You looking to slug it out? I'm game. But I got all the Adam in the city, pal.
Whoa.
I ain't shy about you. I'm Jake to take her out for a spin.
What is this you wait for?
Wow. He's strong. You've been doping, huh? I mean, all I have to do is wait. Dude, you're not doing anything special. I can wait. I don't have a problem. Where do you think I'm going? We're underwater. Oh, not that one. Stop. I don't know what the fuck happened there. I zapped both of them. Ooh, you know what? This is getting a little old. Bullshit. Oh, great. I don't know why it exploded like that.
You Frau Kraut, you keep on coming, and Rapture's a fish tank.
What?
Shy, you let him get away.
Yeah, I let him get away.
Oh, I need a moment for thinking. Ah, of course. This will be no problem. Find a Big Daddy and search his body. I would suggest you to be finding one.
Okay, yeah, check. And then?
You see the suit's control system. So good, get it. That is step one of turning you into one of those disgusting Big Daddies.
What? I didn't agree to that.
That Lord Fontaine went through is to have a little one open it for you. And he will only trust you if you look like, sound like, and even smell like one of those big, stinking brutes.
I didn't agree to that. I did not agree to that. Did I just shoot that fucking grenade through the wall? God damn it.
Where do you think you're going? You need to become a Big Daddy
Bitch.
before you are able to draw out the little one.
And?
What is the greatest life ever created? What is the most vicious obscenity ever perpetrated on mankind? Slavery. The Holocaust.
Stop doing that. Stop. 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 Oh my god. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Down, 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 and then down again from the left, from the right. Here, down. Dude, fuck off. You can shoot around corners. Fuck off. Fucking hate you. I hate you. I know what happened. I know what happened. I know what happened. I know what happened. I know. I figured it out.
Why are these boots here? They should be in fail-safe armored escorts. No matter. Take them. Take them.
Tenenbaum? Shut up. Did you explain anything more than before? Okay. That's what happened. Oh, me dumb. Me dumb. There you go. There you go. Oh, that's what it was. It wasn't get more research. It was do more damage based on research. Oh, me dumb. Stop it, you son of a bitch. God, the turrets in this game. Wait, that has more. That song has more than one line? I only heard the first part about flowers growing. Am I missing something? I'm not. Yes, this one. Oh, because he's trying to demoralize us. He's like, you're an idiot. Ow! He's like, you don't even have a family. I'm Frank Fontaine. Where was I? I don't even know where I was. Here? Through here? Maybe?
Andrew Ryan asks you a simple question. Are you in
Fucking, why are you laying on the floor like you're dead? This was not the way, though. He's like, no one loves you. Oh, I see it too. I can see it like being just two F's. I can see it being just giant block letters so you can read it, but I can, and then also cursive, like cursive, curly, like very floral, or not floral, but florid, like, yeah. I'm Frank Fontaine. I could see that. Any more health? No. Plasmid slot, not really. We don't really use anything else. And then I mean, I barely use my plasmids. Eve, maybe. And then I guess I could upgrade the ones I already have, like Incinerate and Winter. Although I can't do that right now. Gotta choose one or the other. Wait, what the hell is Human Inferno? When using fire. Oh, that's a physical tonic. I can't even use it. I don't have enough slots. Fire. Deal. I need much more money. Where the frick am I? Okay, let's go here since it's the smallest. Little Wonderland. No. F2.
We bred little ones to imprint to certain smells, pheromones. But this is not like putting on aftershave. You will need 3 industrial applications for this stuff, and then the little ones will be thrown.
I'm already
like
fucked.
You'll have to gather 3 pheromones here, so that you smell
You know what?
Like
I don't need it. Wait a minute. Before I do that, is there? No, there's not. There's one right here. I don't know why it didn't show up on the map. And we gotta hack it. Moving too fast. It's moving too fast. It's moving too fast. Okay, that's one pheromone of Big Daddy. Bitch, I am pheromone maxing. Leave me alone. Everyone's gonna love me.
It's beyond anything I can understand.
You're a Houdini? You were throwing...
And I'm gonna take it apart, piece by piece, and brat by brat. Consider it your legacy.
Okay, you... Why are you talking like I care if you do that? Right now, what I'm doing is just to spite you.
I know why it has to be children, but why just girls? This I cannot determine why, but I know it is so. Fontaine says, one less bathroom to build in the orphanage. It is amazing to watch the effect of Adam on their small bodies. Their own cells replaced by the new stems the instant they are damaged. These children are practically invulnerable. It is a shame you could not do the same thing to an adult. There would be quite a market for a man you could not kill.
Fontaine is starting to sound more like a weirdo. Wait, I only found 2 here. Did I miss one? Is it downstairs? Fuck. Wow, they had very slow reflexes. Up. And then, right here to the right. And then up. Up. Oh, I might be fucked. I think I'm fucked. Yeah, I don't have another up from the left. Uh-oh. Oh, I can't even... Well, I can go here and then... Nope. I'm fucked. Oh, it didn't explode? That's a surprise. I thought they exploded if you do that. Wow, this one sucks. Okay. Nope, nope, no, 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 nope. Okay, has to go through here. Done. I can't carry anymore, so it just, what, disappeared?
I hate the babies the most. They come out covered in death.
Oh. I think it does. You know what? I think it does.
Don't worry.
Hey. Oh, there it is. I got it. Really? The first one? That was... Well, I guess the other ones don't open. Oh, no, it does open.
And the voice box from the other labs, and you will be a proper brute. Get moving.
Ow, what the fuck was that? Oh.
Hand, kid. You're just too spliced to smell it. Roll on back to Mother Goose now, or evidence gonna go busto.
I don't know, Atlas or Fontaine. You're starting to sound scared. Oh, there's more than 3? Sure, let's smell like an extra Big Daddy. An extra stinky Big Daddy. Out. Let it out. Bees. Bees. Where'd your bees go? Bees for you. Get them, bees. Get them, bees. Get them, bees. Yeah, I've been doing this every time I saw some glass. Oof. I think he's empty of Adam. Because those are extractors. They're not really injectors. Oh, okay. Bees. Bees, get them, bees. What the fuck? Why are you attacking me? I don't need to be here anymore. I guess. I need a voice box and... Oh, well... You know what? I didn't think of that. Maybe there is some kind of territory dispute kind of thing with daddies. You know what? He's not wrong. A rival Big Daddy shows up on the scene. Little sister in tow.
Here's where you be finding the voice box to have sound like one of those big daddies. Creatures.
Lady, what is your problem with big daddies? Uh-oh. Nope. Down. Go down. Pretty sure no one wanted to become a big daddy. Security monitoring room. Can I zap it? I can zap it. Oh, a mess in here. There's 3 sisters here. Oops. Right. Hey, daddy. Looks like you got a cyst on you. Zap. Ah! How'd you do that? Where the fuck am I?
Ignore the lies of Atlas and his parasites.
Up the stairs.
Rapture is on the rise.
Not the wonders. Here, optimize eugenics. Whoops. Oh, he's almost dead. Would love it if... Alright, girl. You mine now.
No.
The Big Daddy claims a new sister.
Thank you, mister.
Yeah, go get me stuff.
Thank you.
Yeah, go tell Tenenbaum I still need more stuff. His flock grows larger. But as every Big Daddy knows, it is more responsibility. You must now watch out for an additional sister.
Time for a nap, sweet angel.
No easy feat for any Big Daddy. Fuck you. Why am I here?
I'll admit Fontaine showed some foresight when he built up the plasmid business. But the man really never understood sales.
Oh, shut up.
Hiding those little girls beneath a bushel. I've just seen the preliminary design work on the new plasmid machines, and they're exactly what I wanted. Mark my words. Presented properly, those little sisters are marketing gold.
So Ryan's really big on marketing. He's, yeah, look, that's, and I think Peach said that. Ryan's like a fancy suit, but not much substance. A third puppy. What are you doing here? Why are your feet so big? Hmm? Why are your feet so big? Yeah, no, not a voice recording. How do I... Huh? Wait, what? Where does that go? So that's what I always didn't really understand. So, okay. Ryan was... Okay, he built the city because on his belief that it should be, you know, well, what is it? The whole, live subject testing. Thank you. What's that one political theory that doesn't work? Because we live in a society and we all work together. That's the only reason we have society. That's what society is. It's based off of it's well, one, it's moral objectivism, but it's also what is it? I forgot what it's called. I think Ayn Rand started it, or yeah. Libertarianism. So he was like, the government is basically garbage. You know, it should all be governed by the market, which is what he described as the great chain. But then whenever things actually started getting hard, or whenever Fontaine actually was able to undercut him in his own city, he kind of gave up on it because he'd rather be in power than actually follow his own morals or his own theory. Anyway, so he was already morally bankrupt in my eyes, but the reason that people cite online is that he did it because he was like staying, like he would rather die on his own terms than be killed by Fontaine, even though you're there because of Fontaine. He was trying to, what it feels like is like, because he knew you were his child. I don't know when he figured it out. He figured it out. And because then he said, you're my biggest disappointment or failure or whatever. Right. But like his whole thing is like, you are the, you know, you're the master of your own fate, etc. But so people are arguing that it's because he's trying to take control of his own fate again, you know, based on his ideology. To me, it also reads like, which I don't know about that, but to me, it reads like he's trying to get you to try to break through the conditioning, which didn't work. Like he thinks like, oh, if you just are, you know, will it enough that you can then, you know, break through it and you know, not follow the orders. That's what it reads like to me. But because otherwise, to me, it makes no sense. Why would he do that? If he knew the code word, why would he? And he like, oh, he also did say though, he is petulant. So he also did say before that, you know, there's a time for building and a time for destruction. So it also seemed like he'd rather destroy everything than let it be taken by someone else. Honestly, the theory, the thinking reads a lot like Hitler. I mean, and that's like, you know, oh, the whole, you know, the whole, well, if you start comparing people to Hitler, then the whatever, you know, but because like towards the end of the war, he was like Hitler was like, the German people have failed me, so we don't deserve to exist anymore. So we might as well just take it, everything, you know, everything. We're just gonna go out fighting, and then we'll get destroyed because that's what we deserve. Because you know, this is what he was like gambling on, and is his theory or his philosophy, and you know, so that's what it reads like, because or that's what this feels like, because he's like, well, this is my idea, and if it doesn't succeed, I might as well drown it at the bottom of the ocean, because if no one can have it, or if I can't have it, no one can. To me, Ryan is a child. He has the reasoning of a child. It's like, if I can't have my toys, no one can have my toys. Yeah. Because Fontaine outplayed him. Honestly, Fontaine he came here, he outplayed him, because this place, which is supposedly doesn't need a government, ended up needing a government to run a few things, you know, like, but he's opposed to that. He, you know, at the very beginning, it was like, you know, doesn't a farmer deserve to profit from their work? Like the cat, you know, what did he say? He didn't say the eagle. The American said no. The Russian said no because it belongs to everyone. Or I think he said communist. And then the Vatican said no because it belongs to God. So to him, like that's the thing, is like, he says this whole thing is about everybody. Like, it's everybody working towards like the great chain, which is just the market, you know, in quote unquote the whole market theory. But when it came down to it, it's like, no, it's actually this is my thing. And he killed and did, you know, did whatever he needed to take control or keep control. God damn it. No. Where's the robot shutdown thing? Open.
You should be thanking me. I brought you here. I showed you who you are. Nobody never told you nothing but lies. Come on.
Yeah, because you told him to, asshole. You don't get to claim credit for something if you're the one who did it in the first place. You caused the problem. You don't get to claim credit for the solution. Oh, here it is.
You think turning yourself into one of those tin men is a two-way street? The crowd's holding auditions for the Frankenstein parade, and you're first in line.
Dude, why would I believe you? I'm not listening to you. Stop talking to me. All right, here we go. We're gonna get our voice box ripped out with a butt plug and some bloody claws.
Look at you. We will make Big Daddy out of you yet, I think.
Thank you.
There's only one piece missing. The bodysuit. Go to fail-safe armored escort.
Motherfucker, why would you lay on the floor pretending to be dead, huh? What are you thinking? What are you thinking? You know what? At least y'all have cash on you.
Mother Goose really got her hooks into you. You can knock Ryan all you want, but the old man was bingo on one point of fact. You won't even walk till somebody says go.
What? I don't know what you're talking about. Hey, Fertile. All right, hold on. No. Wait, why isn't it? Oh. Come back, McNugget. When you can. Did it bonk? I don't know if you heard it. Okay. Spider slicer! Oh. Ow! Oh, is that me?
Ryan sent over extra munitions. He must have suspected trouble. I will lock them up near the protector labs and set the code to 1921. I don't expect we'll ever be needing them, though. Once Big Daddy is ready, nobody cross the Big Daddy.
1921? Power to the people. I hate that. That is me. I hate that. We sound like a big daddy now. Ew. Power to the people. Look at this stupid dumb gun. Okay. Now, failsafe armored escorts. Okay. Who sounded zesty?
Atlas is a friend, parasite. Don't be a friend.
It's... Dude. Bees. Bees? Right there, this guy. Get him. Dude, fuck off. I don't know. The bees should be hitting harder, I feel like. Okay, what am I not using? No, yeah, okay. I'm always, yeah. I know I'm not using this because I have max ammo. What about this? No, yeah. Okay. Reload max ammo on, or reload ammo on that one. Nope. Frag on that one. No, 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 not armor piercing. I still have 2. Oh, I thought I got 2 already, but I have 2 sisters still to go. I'm sorry, what is that? Electric gel? Since when? And bolt. I like the bolt. All right, I'm out of here. Oh, I just tried to shoot her. Ow. Stop hitting me. Ah, you hit too hard. And a rapture reminder. You suck.
The parasite hates 3 things: free mind, free will, and free man.
Sure. Dude, cut it out! Ow! Why are you shooting? There's a turret right there. He's not even shooting. Yeah, no, they don't miss. Oh, motherfucker. Also got some rando asshole just standing there. He probably shot me too. Hey, asshole. Motherfucker. Why aren't you shooting, dude? No, none of this helps, really. Oh, you know what? Winter Blast probably does help, actually. Ah, I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I was gonna peek out, fucking get hit right in the face. They got aimbot. Ow, 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 ah. I forgot that I didn't have any health heals. I also don't have any heals. That's part of the big problem. Oh, here. Oh, I'm dumb. Here. Electro buck. This will do it. Fuck face. Hey, I'm back. No. None of that. Stop crying. Yay! Okay, that's every little sister. Awesome. Good ending. Here we come. That's their nickname for them. That's the little sister's nickname for the big daddies. Yeah. Mr. Bubbles. Greatly, huh? An engineering one. I can buy an engineering plot. Oh. I assume to them that they're interchangeable. Even though I think there are different models. I'm an idiot. I don't want to go all the way over there. I'm going all the way over there. Ow. I wish they would disappear once they died. No, wait, what? Oh. Oh, no. We go down the stairs. There's one down here.
I did.
Dun. Bum. How did that happen? Armored escorts. Hey, there's another daddy. Oh, I still needed one? No. It said I got them all. This is weird. No, stop freaking being a crackpot. Ah! I healed. I healed. I call bullshit. All right, let's do some trap bolt. Not on this guy though. Where are y'all coming from? fuck was going on? They weren't going off. Whatever, I guess I'll brute force it. Are you fucking kidding me? You got me as the door was closing? Go fuck yourself. Sure, reload right now. That's what we need to reload. No. I forgot about the shotgun again. The fucking electric ammo. That would have killed him real quick.
Thank you.
Get out of here, kid.
Thank you for helping.
Yeah. So upset. Not this way. Why are you going this way? Oh, I hit you right in the fucking face. Oh my god. I'm getting tilted. I'm getting tilted. Asshole. Didn't say B. Let's go. Oh, that's a giant sea turtle. This way. Fail-safe armored escorts. Jesus, I've been trying to get into this for the longest time.
After Ryan takes his place, here is where they build their filthy golem, the Frankenstein.
Lady.
Pieces of the suit.
Oh my god, there's so many security bots here. There's so many. I'm not gonna hack everyone though. Crazy. No, give me the ammo. Give me the ammo. Why is this shit glowing? Ain't nothing here for you but tears. Helmet. Good chunk.
On top. All we need now is bodysuit.
Hacker's delight. No. All I need now is bodysuit. This is fucking nauseating. Whatever, I don't need to deal with y'all. Bodysuit!
This is where you find body.
25% resistance to all damage. Fucking run away. Are you high? Dude, reload faster. Oh, you know what? Fuck you. You know what? The wrench is where it's at. I'm a bandido. Is that it? Are we done? I think we're done. Posture check. Hydrate. Andrew Ryan reminds us that Potatoes are the poor man's tomatoes. I don't know. that's all I had in my head at the moment. Oh, hydrate. Right, hydrate. Okay. Successfully? Yeah. Mine. Oh my god, awesome. Mine. All of it is mine. What is it? Control console. Let me loot everything first. Okay. Control console. Fire? What's the point of this? Okay. Oh, I guess I could have just walked in. Maybe not. Oh, wait. Yeah. Oh, I did it. If I didn't have the code or if I didn't hack it. Interesting. And where does this go? Nowhere. That door's broken. Gotta go all the way around. Trench. Huh? Dude. Shut up. If you really had enough, like, or not enough, but if you really had belief in yourself, you wouldn't still be talking to me.
Fontaine, scary son of a bitch. Welcome, Ryan, cheap son of a bitch. You can no reuse protector suit. Take a man, graft the skin and organs straight into suit. Otherwise, your suit will not work. Ryan say Big Daddy too expensive. Ryan can go suck an egg.
Why is... That's it?
God damn it. The Big Daddy boots need to be shipped here, not the damn it diaper.
That's if you find the boots, or don't find the boots first.
This kind of bullshit never happened on the Fontaine.
That's funny. It seems like Fontaine, the criminal, did a better job of managing a business than fucking Mr. Andrew Ryan, Mr. Business. Andrew Ryan. Wait a minute. I missed this part.
Cities if one is guided by doubt.
Shut up.
Can one govern in absolute certainty? I know that my beliefs have elevated me just as I know that the things I have rejected would have destroyed me. But the city, it's collapsing before my eyes. Have I become so convinced by my own beliefs that I have stopped seeing the truth? Perhaps. But Atlas is out there, and he aims to destroy me and to destroy my city. To question is to surrender.
He almost had some introspection.
Question.
Simple question. Are you a man or a slave?
You need to bring them out of hiding, and then they'll let you in the door. Go on, hit the vent with your wrench.
Hit the vent with my wrench. Open door, please.
Would mean very much to me if you will be gentle with the girl.
Lady?
Mein kleines Mädchen.
I'm gonna need you to, like, shut up and back off. If a sister has to go down every once in a while. We're gonna save him. You have to, for the good ending.
The little ones will leave you like that day, but you must protect them.
You told me this shit, dude. I don't care. You're not my dad. Open door, please.
Mr. B, no time to wait.
I know. Quickly, please. Waiting on you. Girl, I am waiting on you.
Time to go, Mr. B.
I really wound you up with that wife and child bit. Oh, me poor Moira.
I honestly did not care about your quote unquote wife and child.
Maybe one day I'll get me a real family. They play well with the
Time to go, Mr. B.
Waiting on you, girl. Oh, wait a minute.
Hop, hop, Mr. B. No time to waste.
Yeah, get to doing it. Oh,
Even though they are physically free of disease, yeah, John's mental conditioning still holds them to their terrible past. For sins such as you, we can never apologize.
Hurry, Mr. B. I can see the angel dancing in the
bitch. Don't fucking hit her, you dick. Done? Whew. Dude, that took forever. I need you to get faster at that. Where'd you go? There you go.
Mr. B.
Waiting on you.
Angel dancing in the sky.
Yep. Dancing in the sky. Yeah, I got. Please move faster. Hold up.
Hurry, Mr. B.
Ra 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 ra. Shout it out, or whatever. Go, get to work. Don't. Oh. How did this not either attack or how, why was it just sitting here? Yada da 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 yada da da da. Do not hit the girl. Girl, here, get this guy. Test subject 2. Waiting on you.
Don't wait for slowpokes.
Watch out!
Look, Mr.
Suspended
Bubbles.
their harvesting will draw the attention of this flight.
Lady? Like, I don't fucking know that already. Why would a robot... Whoa, watch out. Really? That didn't take you out? That's annoying. I'm loving this though. Hey, she's done. All right, time to go, girl. Let me go ahead and save. I don't have to do that again. Are they not attacking me because I'm a big daddy? Is that what's going on? Would make sense. Shout it out, shout it out. Open the door, girl. What do you... Okay, you can stand on them.
Hop, hop, Mr. B. No time to wait.
Waiting on you. Just like always. Waiting on you.
Don't be a slowpoke, Mr. B. Angels don't wait for slowpoke.
Oh. Hello. We're friends, right? Are you fucking kidding me? Ooh, you little bitch. Oh, open. Ah, no. Jeez. Are you fucking kidding me?
Not longer infused with other, they're as vulnerable as any child.
She's almost dead.
The little one falls. You can call for another at the
No. That's why we fucking reload. No, we need the little sister. We're getting the good ending.
Don't be a slowpoke, Mr. B.
We're not doing this horseshit again. I got it. Okay.
Hurry, Mr. B.
Waiting on you. Stop blocking me in, girl. Door.
Time to go, Mr. B.
Why am I not running? Girl? Are you fucking pushing me? It's like getting in my way and fucking making me slow. You motherfuckers. You mother... Fuck you. Fuck you. I'm so pissed off.
Hurry, Mr. B.
Who is firing at us? Okay. Friendly robot. Should not be firing at us, but whatever. Girl? Where are you going? Oh, okay. You're going to this. Fine. Go. Get in there before someone shoots you. Oh my god. This area sucks. It's all hacking. Oh my god. 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 Down. To the left. There you go. Down. This game? Oh. Fucking such a troll. What? What hurts? What? Where are you going? Fuck off, fuck off, fuck off, fuck off, fuck off, fuck off. Girl, who are you letting shoot you? No, 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 no. No, 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 no.
Hurry, Mr. B. I can see the angels dancing in the sky.
Oh no, we did not go this far back. What? I saved between that, didn't I? Yep, waiting on you. Waiting on you, waiting on you. Right here.
Hurry, hurry, Mr. Bubbles.
No, it's not easy. It's also... Oh, get out of my way, girl. Please, what are you doing?
Don't be a slowpoke, Mr. B.
Oh, you're the one making me slow. It's like she wraps herself around my leg. Stop being a slowpoke. Hey, if you weren't there, I could fucking walk faster. What am I? No. Yep. Yep. Waiting on you. Waiting on you. We're gonna also fucking save right here. Wow, this is getting tedious. If I zap them, you don't get hurt. Fucking awesome. Go, go, girl. Why are you firing at the girl? Are you stupid?
Hurry, Mr. B. I can see the angels.
Oh, it's because of you.
Time to go, Mr. B.
Time to go. It's not firing at me because it's not okay because I'm a big daddy. Are you serious? I had to do it like that. Who am I unzipping? I hate these. I keep getting ones that'll speed it up. Go. Where are you? Come back. Fucking jam your needle into this guy here.
Hurry! They have a single draw the attention of the splicer.
Faster, load, reload. Jesus Christ, come on. Bitch, are you high? Did she die? Motherfucker, motherfucker. Get to do this again. Oh, get to do all this all over again. We love this. God, oh, they should have made a game that's just this. They should have made a game that's just this. But that game would easily be worth hundreds of dollars.
Hurry, Mr. B.
Dumb bitches. Ah!
I'm a star, Nicole.
You're not shit.
Time to go, Mr. B. Hurry, Mr. B. Angels.
Here. Angel. Motherfucker. Motherfucker. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I thought it wasn't attacking her. Apparently it attacks her, not me.
Hurry! Hurry, Mr. Bubbles! Time to go, Mr. Don't be slow.
There, fuckface. I'm gonna take your robot too. Getting angry, playing a video game for children. F7.
Hurry, Mr. B.
Apparently everyone hates children down here. Even the turret. Even turret. I'm sorry, what am I supposed to do here? Because you didn't give me enough to do shit. I hate that this is just randomized. Done. F7. No, bitch. Fucking start stabbing this fucker with your needle. Get it going. Hello, Tintaf. We are in the process of trying to get the hell out of this terrible city. Murdering anyone who comes close to my girl. I died! Hopefully my robots prevent me from... Nope, she's already dead. I don't know how. That was very fast. Girl, shut up. Get to work. No, the fucking other thing. Fuck off. 4 F4. Fire. Fire.
Hurry, Mr. B. I can see.
Waiting on you, girl. Move. No, that's my robot. Nope, that's also my robot.
Hurry, Mr. Bubbles.
Shut up. Jab that thing into him as many times as you need to. So we can get the hell out of here.
Hurry, Mr. B.
Waiting on you.
Dancing in the sky.
Finally, F.
Hurry, Mr. Bubbles.
7. Oh, thank God. Okay. Girl, please stop getting yourself killed because it's very frustrating.
Don't be a slowpoke, Mr. B.
It is a little bit too much. Girl. Okay, you should not be fighting. You're fighting me. Dude, go fuck yourself, man. Go fuck yourself. 34? Yep. Yeah, you're dead now. Fuck off. No, we don't have time for this.
Better for the girls to be with you. Better with you than alone. Alone in the crawling darkness.
What? No. In the crawling darkness, the fucking people can't get them. They can 100% get them out here. Why is it gold in there? Oh, it's fire.
That might be plenty for the working scrubs and the pencil pushers. But I need more. Oh, I want a slice till there ain't nothing left to slice with.
Fontaine is nearby. Reaching close.
The what's nearby? What? Yeah, okay. Get the hell in there. Go, 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 go. Go! No wonder y'all die all the time. Oh. Thank you.
You must use the needle of the little sister to drain Fontaine of his Adam. It is the only way to defeat him.
Alright, you heard the lady. We gotta drain Fontaine. 1, 2, 3, not it. Value. Not value, value. Yeah. Oh, is this like the boss? This is the boss. We're almost done. Welcome to the circus of value. Okay. No, anti-personnel. Armor piercing, sure, whatever. Anti-personnel. Electric buck. We don't have that many. We only have one. A regular buck. Frag grenade is good. Let's reload. Electric gel. I didn't even use it. Maybe, you know what? Yeah. Maybe that'll work. And no, well, we don't at our incendiary, and then we'll switch to the steel. Okay, but we're gonna hit him with the, I don't know, the frag, I guess, first. All right, here we go. End of the game incoming. Let's just save real quick. The door didn't close. Fontaine.
I remember when me and the crowd put you in that sub.
Dude, what are you doing?
No more than 2. You were my ace in the hole, but you were also the closest thing I ever had to a son. And that's why this hurts. Betrayal, kid. Life ain't strictly business.
Oh, they did an autosave. Hey, Fontaine, you piece of shit. Looking all Atlas shrugged. Drain. Take that shit out of your heart. Ow. Asshole. Hey. You exploded. I was like, hey, you took out all my grenades. Fuck you. Haha, you don't have a dick. Look what you did to yourself. You spliced yourself out of having a dick. What are you gonna do with not a dick? Huh? Not even that. Hey, fuck off, robot. You know what? Here. Buy out. $12. You're helping me now. Not only that, you don't even have a vagina. What are you gonna do without either of those, huh? Hold on. I'm about to die. Hold on. F2. No, F. Hold on. F1. You. Hold on. Yeah. Start hack. You believe this guy? It's like a Ken doll down there. What does he think he's kidding? Ow! Okay, apparently I can't get that one. I can only have 2 at a time. Fuck you! I'm gonna unzip him, kid. Why don't you settle down? Oh, that was easy. Hey, you're dead now. Ow!
I had you built. I sent you topside. I called you back, showed you what you was capable of. Even that life you thought you had, that was something I dreamed up and I tattooed inside your head. Now, if you don't call that family, I don't know what is.
You have a very warped perception of what family is. Get him, girls. There you go. Yeah. Get all that out of him. Dumbass. All right, I think you got it.
They offered you this city. And you refused it. And what did you do instead? What I've come to expect of you. You saved them. You gave them the one thing that was stolen from them. A chance. A chance to learn.
Mm-hmm.
To find love.
Mm-hmm.
To live. And in the end, what was your reward? You never said.
A team of deadly
think I know.
assassin daughters.
A family.
Sure. You could call it that, I guess. Woo! Yay! Bioshock done. Time to play all the Bioshock games? No, we're gonna skip 2 because 2 is basically fan fiction. But I will be playing 3 or Infinite. 2 is basically fan fiction. It was made by a different developer, a different studio. It was like a different branch. But didn't have the same writer, didn't have anything. It was just like, hey, what do we do with this world? Let's try to figure something out. So it's not really canon. But yeah, I will be playing Infinite. It's still a little early though, but I don't know. I don't want to really start anything else right now. It's too late to start anything else right now, but oh, you know what? Yeah. Maybe we look at the what's it called? Not too late to draw. Me draw? Directors. Oh, there's the museum. I was gonna ask, what program do you use? What? Orphaned Concepts, a guided tour of ideas that Irrational Games discarded or reworked heavily during the making of the original Bioshock. CSP? Mm-hmm. Okay, I use this. Yeah, I use CSP too. Irrational's internal name for this prototype Big Daddy variant, who mauled players with an enormous hook and fired iron bearings from a barrel, stood for slow projectile fucked up melee. Really? Slow profum. He survived long enough to become a fully functional AI, but the team eventually cut him to focus on polishing the other Big Daddy types. This model later appeared in Bioshock 2 as the Rumbler, throwing miniature turrets instead of cannonballs. Oh, it's got a turret on his back. Like, yeah, I mean, I guess I feel like it needs more back here. Okay, what about you? Early bouncer. The original model for the bouncer type of Big Daddy featured a flat-headed drill at the end of each arm. Big Daddies were envisioned as the builders of Rapture, with weapons modified from tools they would have used in its construction. When the Gatherers were reimagined as little sisters, one of the bouncer's drills was changed to a gloved hand, So the two characters could interact with each other. Oh, the sisters and the daddies. I was like, what the hell are you talking about? I hate these. The Gatherer. Oh. Oh, wait, what? It may be hard to imagine that this creature, whose job it was to reclaim Adam from corpses around Rapture, was the earliest iteration of the idea behind the Little Sister. Since the Gatherer generated absolutely no sympathy from players, the team experimented with concepts for featuring a number of animals, including the infamous dog in a wheelchair, and later a grotesque miniature humanoid. Okay, finally a concept sketch of a deformed child inspired the Eureka moment responsible for the Little Sisters. A dog in a wheelchair. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I mean these are the, I would imagine these are the slugs, but okay, I guess not. That's it. Oh, there's the ladder. Oh, look at the concept art. Protector concept art. Big Daddies, originally called Protectors, were envisioned as dive-suited construction workers retasked with the defense of Adam Gatherers. They used construction tools or improvised weapons that looked like they had been found on the seafloor. From left to right are the early concepts for the melee, ranged, and slow projectile protectors. Melee. It's more like a crane hook than ranged. Yeah, you get the rivet gun. Slow projectile? Why did it have squid tentacles coming out of it? It's too much. Okay. Early splicer concept art. Moving from grotesque to human was a slow process. While early concepts saw the melee enemies grew monstrous arms, the team had trouble conveying how someone who had spliced to become a marksman would appear. Rifleman. Oh, it's just the one. Okay. Early Big Daddy those early concept for the Rosie type of Big Daddy, who, like the bouncer, was envisioned as a construction worker who had been repurposed as a protector for the Gatherers. Oh, these are. Okay. Yeah. It's a dive suit. Oh, and this is just a better version of that. Or like a finalized version. What is this? Stitchy. The first splicer that Irrational created for Bioshock, Stitchy, was used in many early concept demos and was fully functional in-game with kinematics, hit reactions, and voiceover. It took us that long to realize that he wasn't a good model, says lead artist Sean Robertson. This is probably the worst abortion that Irrational has ever made. Wow. Oh, he's missing an arm. Waters? Oh, is that the last name? No. I mean, it might be the last name of the artist for this one. Huh. Okay. Some of these are some of the first concept sketches to show Bioshock's enemies moving to a more human-like direction. Artists coupled that approach with the idea that Adam deformed the body in a way that related to its intended function. For instance, a giant grotesque arm on a melee enemy. But holding a pistol. That's a little mixed. Should just be melee then. Get the pistol out of his hand. These are some of the first concept sketches to show. Oh. And what are you? You have a shotgun. What's with the glowy thingy? Not really. Yeah. Yeah, they needed work. Okay. The hell? Pre-yam hand. Before solidifying the fiction around Adam, Irrational experimented with the idea of it being an external injected substance. Here you can see us playing around with the Adam being mechanically injected, said lead artist Sean Robertson. So this splicer's got vials of it on his belt. This model was created but never made it into the game in any form. I see that. I guess that could have worked. You'd have maybe the bottles would be weak points. Once you destroyed them, it got weaker or whatever. Wait, how did I... Oh, okay. Hooker. Created around the same time as Stitchy and the Grenadier, this splicer was dubbed the Hooker because of her weapons of choice. This concept evolved into the Spider Slicer, and it was decided that spider models could be, or splicer models could fill any behavior role, and the Hooker model later became the Baby Jane Splicer. Baby Jane. Is a little rough. Okay. Neptune's Bounty. The area appears in Neptune's Bounty level of Bioshock, but the bodies floating in the ocean were cut late in development when their cast shadows proved too distracting from the action in the room. Early environments. This location depicted here was built for the vision demo of Bioshock, a small level demonstrating several of the key elements of the game, such as the Big Daddies and Gatherers. So it's like a area used for like a pilot test demo. Yeah. The Grenadier. This gray elephantine splicer was an early Grenadier from the same period of development as Stitchy and Hooker. He was a guy who spliced to carry around giant grenades. What? And throw them at you, says lead artist Sean Robertson. The model was built and textured but never animated. Oh, look, they didn't even texture the pack on the back. Wow, or the bags. This was abandoned like mid development of this part. Or this guy. Interesting. Okay. How did I get in here? Get in here this way. All right, here we go. Fleet Hall concept art. This early concept for Sander Cohen's Fleet Hall was created after level building had begun. When the designers found that they were having difficulty conceptualizing the theater space, it was one of the earliest spaces built for Bioshock. Oh, but that was an ending. It was one of the earliest spaces built for Bioshock, and many of the assets used in this museum come from that area. Oh, interesting. Hanging sea life. Not as much as a cut concept as an Easter egg for observant museum visitors, these sea creatures can be seen swimming past the player's view during the bathysphere ride down to Rapture in Bioshock's opening sequence. Ah, interesting. I'm sure the bones didn't move though. Is that an arm? Is this what a whale's fin looks like? This is not what a whale's fin looks like, is it? That can't be right. This was the first image that really captured all the visual elements that made Bioshock Bioshock. A large view of the ocean, the aquatic lighting scene, and the elegant Art Deco design elements. Without this image, Bioshock would have been a radically different beast. The fuck? Yam Hand model. This character, derisively called Yam Hand around Irrational Games, was the poster child of the conceptual phase that preceded the decision to go with human enemies. I'd point out the drawings behind the model, says lead artist Sean Robertson. You can see the top one got built, but the other two informed the design as well. As we trended toward humanoids, the Scooby monsters got goofier and less scary. Scooby monsters. Like, yeah, they do look like Scooby monsters. Yeah, like Scooby-Doo. Like, just, you know, a guy wearing a mask. Or a costume or whatever. Goofier and less scary. That one got built, but the other two informed the design as well. Yeah, this one got built, and then these two informed this design. Okay. Oh my god. These were some of the earliest pieces done for Bioshock, from back when Irrational was still working on SWAT 4. All right. The only concrete ideas at this point were an undersea city and biological experimentation. So early concepts focused on those themes. Gotcha. Yeah. Ew. These were some of the earliest pieces done for Bioshock. Oh, it's the same thing. Yeah, I could see this. Like, this is this gives me Liquor from Resident Evil vibes. Early Big Daddy concept art. This was the fourth Protector concept, originally created with an organic slug attached to it. A model was started but never completed as the team narrowed their focus to 3 and finally just 2 Big Daddy types. I still like this as a Protector, says artist Rob Waters. That's the Waters on all these things. We started modeling and I really pushed to get it in, even as just a static model on the floor, but it never made it. It looks clunky. It looks like it wouldn't move very fast. Ow! What are you? Missing link model. This character is essentially the missing link between the grotesque early designs and the human splices that appeared in Bioshock. This was the last bad model that we did before moving on to what actually went into the shipping game, says lead artist Sean Robertson. After playing with him for a while, we just said, why don't we use humans instead? I always thought of these as Scooby-Doo monsters because they were too inhuman to invoke empathy. Huh. Too inhuman to invoke empathy. Okay. I suppose. Though I didn't really feel empathy for the slicers. Just because they're so annoying and they're jumping at you. Sub-Bay concept art. This is a concept sketch depicting what would later become Submarine Bay, an area which housed an important scene for Atlas. Oh, right. The family. This is an early concept depicting a Big Daddy bursting through a wall, which inspired the audio log in the Big Daddy training grounds area about a rogue Big Daddy. The player then encountered him at the end of the level. Oh, yes. Oh, I remember that. I don't know if I found this audio log though. That's funny. Oh, well. There's not that much, which means they did it. Oh, hold up. Iconic Rapture concepts. This was one of the several paintings that tried to portray the most important elements of Rapture at once. These images would help define the ruined underwater Art Deco aesthetic that the team was attempting to capture. It's a little too futuristic. This doesn't really say Art Deco. Oh, the background does, yeah. It doesn't look like there's much. I mean, if it's just this room, this area, which is good because you don't want to waste too much time developing stuff and then have it scrap it all. I'm sure this isn't like everything, but if it's just these things, good on them. They saw it wasn't working and switched it up. Cool. Is that it? This is it. And go back. Oh. Oh, is this where you start? I guess it is. I didn't remember that. Okay. Main menu. I did want to check one thing out. Director's commentary. Oh, making Rapture real.
Hey, I'm Jeff Keighley.
Oh, it's just straight up video?
Behind the scenes to hear some untold stories about the making of Bioshock with Ken Levine and Sean Robertson.
Do we want to do this? Am I gonna get content IDs? Is this content ID? Whoa, Jeff Keighley. Wait, hold on. Is Jeff? Hold on. Wait. Is Jeff Keighley Game Awards guy? Hello. Tiberius, hello. How you doing? Jeff, that's Video Game Awards guy, right?
Hey, I'm Jeff Keighley here in Boston to go behind the scenes to hear some untold stories about the making of Bioshock with Ken Levine and Sean Robertson.
He really does love video games, I guess. So early.
Let's talk a bit about the theme and setting of Bioshock, Rapture. I think a lot of people, when they played the game for the first time, they wondered, how did you even dream up this place?
Look at these two guys. They're so bored.
What led you to Rapture, this idea of fully simulating a place. Tell us about that sort of idea and the frustrations you had with other games where you sort of hit a bound.
I think our philosophy was always to do what we were doing 100% rather than try to do something bigger and do it 50% or 40%. So one of the ideas of, and this sort of came from System Shock 2 as well, where you focus on an area that you can really bring to life and you kind of eliminate the questions of, well, why can't I go over the bridge to New Jersey? So we were able to really make a place, I think, that felt believable and real, even though in actuality it was really quite limited. But we just sort of dressed it with all these buildings outside that were all, were all basically glorified fakes. We let the story drive what we needed to show rather than some kind of like predetermined map which we sat down, which is a little different than like System Shock 2, where we actually mapped a spaceship out deck by deck.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what the philosophy felt a little different there, because you want to feel like a real spaceship that was sort of stacked on top of each other. Rapture was free to sprawl across the ocean floor.
Although you guys originally
that sounds interesting.
were talking about doing this game on a sort of spaceship again, right?
Yeah, when we first started talking about what the spiritual successor to System Shock 2 is going to be, Spaceship came up, but again, we wanted a limited environment and we didn't necessarily want to do Spaceship again. And our first actual exploration of this space was underwater, but ultimately ended up looking like a spaceship. It just happened to have a couple of
yeah, I noticed that
outside, and that started
a little too futuristic.
Towards, what artistic statement that we wanted to make this look different, and what rules we were going to set for the world. How at every turn we were going to try to remind.
Oh, this is at the very beginning, like at the.
This wasn't a spaceship.
And how, like underwater, we obviously know.
Do those just go to the?
Sky. Like where did you come with the idea of like doing this underwater?
I think there was probably a conversation. It's like, well, what?
Like I saw reels. Does it just play these?
Yeah. Like, well, spaceship, summer camp, any island notion, right? Something that's cut off from the rest of the world.
Yeah.
So you never felt like you should be able to go over that bridge to New Jersey.
I don't want to apply some deep and meaningful conversation. I think it was one of those ideas that you just kind of say, and then everybody's, that sounds cool. Let's try that. Let's go for it.
And I think it lended itself to having very nice views out the window without having to build an insane amount of unique assets.
Right.
By today's standards, we still were a small team back then, and there's an expectation that because you're underwater, the view distances are going to be short, so you can really kind of fade out into the fog at a short distance and not have the expectation that, why can't I see forever? So there's a lot of limitations in a good way that we put on ourselves by being underwater, as opposed to like if you're on a cruise ship, then you'd expect to see across the water and we'd have to deal with that. Same thing on an island.
Or
and
a
you have
city
outdoor
in the sky.
Exactly.
Which was a lot more complicated, yeah.
So you came up with the idea of let's do this underwater, let's do this sort of isolated place.
Which they end up doing in Infinite, right?
You know, why would someone build this? Is that sort of how it worked, sort of order of operations? You then had to come up with a story to explain?
Yeah, I think we wanted a very believable reason why they'd be there. And sort of the necessary isolation
Believable?
of the place sort of led to, well, what kind of person would want to do this? And I wasn't even particularly aware of the sort of political implications of what I was reading, but I've been reading, I had read The Fountainhead by Ayn Rand, and I mostly thought it was an interesting story. Like, I didn't realize that people were sort of basing their sort of political lives around it.
Yeah.
I wasn't that tuned in to that stuff at that point, and so, but I love the dialogue and the kind of speechifying in it, because you can see a video game character speaking with that kind of certainty and that kind of confident philosophy. It just seemed like a natural kind of thing to apply to this place, and so it just sort of all came together as a sort of who is the guy who would do this? Well, that character. He was sort of this amalgamation of characters from Ayn Rand's books and Ayn Rand herself. This sort of idealistic person who says, well, the only way to do this is to separate from the rest of the world. And that led to Andrew Ryan.
I am Andrew Ryan, and I'm here to ask you a question. Is a man not entitled to the sweat of his brow? No, says the man in Washington, it belongs to the poor. No, says the man in the Vatican, it belongs to God. No, says the man in Moscow, it belongs to everyone.
We knew from a technical standpoint that we wanted isolation. We also knew to sell it, we needed a compelling storyline, a backstory that why would this place exist? Otherwise, how are we going to make Rapture feel like it's lived in if we don't have the reason for it to be there? So once we decided on the underwater location and then the
either be I guess underwater or in space if you're space colony.
Came in and made the art stronger.
I guess you could make it an island.
Because we could feed back into that loop.
And I think that's why we had to have sort of Andrew Ryan's pitch right at the beginning of the game. We wanted people to understand why somebody would go there. And so he makes this very personal one-to-one pitch to the gamer, but also that was the pitch he'd make to people, which was, there's a place that you can be free of all these things, where you can not be sort of put upon by the government and not be afraid of nuclear war and not be afraid of all these other things that will plague you on the surface. We wanted that pitch to sort of resonate and make sense, because that's otherwise by the time you got there you'd be like, well, this place is just fantasy, nobody would ever come here. And that the beauty of the place was also tied into that. It had to be a very attractive proposition, or people who would believe that people would go leave their lives and go to the bottom of the ocean.
I'm sure in some ways you had to convince the team and enroll them in your sort of vision of who this character was going to be and what the setting was going to be. How did that work, Sean? I mean, did Ken come in and say, hey, I've been reading these books, and I think we could sort of...
I believe he just came in one day on a horse and said, Ayn Rand, everybody read The Fountainhead.
Exactly. I bought 30 copies of it.
I think,
here's a 2,000-page book or something.
Yeah.
Go read it.
I mean, it really is more organic. Like I said, we knew that we had this location, and you struggle to fill it with stories, and you struggle to find meaning of why does this place exist? What's my motivation? And as Ken started to explore Ayn Rand
it's interesting.
a little more and started talking to us about it, and we were having that conversation, and it's like, oh, this could totally work. Like, this is exciting. Like, this is something that really hasn't been done in a video game before. And if we had flipped it and come up with the idea first before the location, I don't think we would have really been that excited about it. But we had a location, and now we're trying to fill it with that story. And because of the order of operation there, you start to get excited, like, oh, I could totally make this work. This is going to really make it feel like a lived-in space.
Mhm.
You know, as you think of
The limitations allowed them to.
You think of maybe a character or something. Was there a moment that you think back, it's like, oh, like right then and there, like I got excited.
Be creative and work within it.
For me, it was going to Rockefeller Center and seeing the visual. So I told this story before, but my wife and I were in New York, and we went to Rockefeller Center, which was, if you go to Rockefeller Center, it basically looks exactly like Rapture. It's every building sort of encircled. It's this
Art Deco nonsense.
In New York, or a couple of blocks in New York, where Radio City Music Hall is, and where 30 Rockefeller Plazas, where if you see that show 30 Rock, and the ice skating rink, and where they put the Christmas tree, and it's this very iconic location. But what's cool about it, it's all one, unlike the rest of the city. Everywhere you look, it's one architectural style. It's Art Deco. And it's very iconic Art Deco.
Mm-hmm.
And my wife and I were there, and we were sort of working on the game, and we didn't have a visual style. And all of a sudden, I started looking around, and I said, oh, this could be a visual for the game. Also, the geometry of it was actually quite conducive to making a video game, because it wasn't overly complicated geometry.
That's true.
It was quite
bold and simple.
Bold and geometric, yeah, and simple. And so my wife and I bought a couple of tourist cameras before iPhone cameras, you know.
Throwaway cameras,
yeah, throwaway cameras, those little Kodak things, and we just started photographing doorknobs and light fixtures, and just sort of developed the photos. Remember that? Brought them in and said,
come to the office. Here's a stack of stuff.
Here's a stack of photos.
Take a look.
I'll see you guys in a couple of years. Go make this.
City where the artist would not fear the censor, where the scientist would not be bound by petty morality, where the great would not be constrained by the small. And with the sweat of your brow, rapture.
And a bunch of cash. What money did they use?
A theme.
There was cash.
Came up with an art style, some of the iconic characters, and then you really had to build the narrative around it. And you've talked about a lot of the themes in the game, and greed, jealousy, sex.
Was there a
violence,
conversion?
That sort of, drive us or what destroy us. And that was something I think that as you thought about the story of the game, you wanted to, I'm sure, reflect some of those, right? Because I think people love the characters that's sort of flawed in a way, and this is a world which is its own little microcosm, but had a lot of tension inside of it.
Yeah, I mean, the character of Ryan was sort of, he's basically invisible through most of the game, right? Except for a very small portion. But he's very present because he exists, the city is him, right? It's such a representation of him. We never want to
How many people do y'all think
cutscene where you saw Andrew Ryan,
was in the city? It seems very small.
Very present without actually being present. But once you had Ryan, and once you had his desire to protect this vision of his, you just had to then come up with the characters who'd be arrayed in opposition to him. So we had this character, the Big Daddy, and then eventually the character of the little sister. And so characters like Tenenbaum came along, like, here's a person who's in opposition to him for this reason. And then you have, for more noble reasons. And then you have a character like Atlas, who's much more cynical opposition. Once we had all those characters arrayed, we're like, well, who are you? And, you ended up being a sort of, a pawn in the middle of all this opposition to Ryan. We just kept sort of homing in on that theme and making sure that you weren't, eventually figuring out that you couldn't just be here by an accident, that you're an integral part of this story, even though you don't know you're an integral part of this story. You think you're just there by happenstance.
Look, Mr. Bubbles, it's an angel. I can see light coming from his belly.
Kid, put on shoes.
He's still breathing. It's all right. I know he'll be an angel soon.
Wait, was that just the first one? Golden reel. Oh. Wait a minute. No. Collect. I clicked on them and I said, challenge rooms. With no weapon and no damage dealing plasmids, find a way to defeat the Big Daddy and rescue your little sister. Okay, can I go back? I don't want to do that. This is a proving grounds, right? Excelsior? Is this the proving grounds? No, these are challenge rooms. Okay. Museum. I did not mean to hit that. Wait, I didn't see any gold ones. Oh. Really? New game plus, I guess. Easy. Oh. Wait, please select save the only original game saved games after. What? Medium? Are you kidding me? If I want to do new game plus, it has to be on hard. Wait. Huh? Huh? Oops. I don't get it. Please select the saved game that contains the character data you wish to use. Only original saved games after the medical pavilion are valid. Oh, wait a minute. Load. Okay. Load Fontaine, I guess. Wait, I already saved. There's a save. There's a save there. This is the save. This is the save. So, new game. Yes. Contains a character data which you want to use. Oh. Okay, well, hold up. Oh. Weird. I don't know why I was doing that. I've never done this before. This must be new. I don't remember this. "1960 Mid-Atlantic." Blah, 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 blah. I could also probably just find a save file that has
son,
these old.
You're special.
Can't skip.
You were born to do great things. You know what?
What?
They were right.
Apparently we hijacked this plane. Bioshock. You know, he didn't have to do that. He could have just jumped out of the plane himself with a parachute. Would have been way less dangerous. He could have died doing this. This was a dumb way to get here. Look at the moon. Ooh, moon. I didn't see golden reels. I saw regular reels. We really cannot speed this up, huh? Oof. No, keep playing. Don't stop playing just because I tab out.
I am Andrew Ryan, and I'm here to ask you a question. Is a man not entitled to the sweat of his
No, we live in a society.
No, says the man in Washington.
You're entitled to some of the sweat of your brow, but you didn't get here by yourself. Who made your tools, farmer?
No, says the
Who
man
pays for your roads, farmer?
It belongs to everyone. I rejected those answers.
Who keeps bandits from taking your corn?
I chose something different. I chose the impossible.
You're telling me one single farmer is gonna pay for his own goddamn roads, the security, the transportation of his crops? No. No. He's gonna make his own fertilizer. He's gonna make his own seeds. He's gonna make his own tools, his own equipment, his own tractors, his own fuel for the tractors, his own electricity for his house. No, we live in a society. We gotta work together. That's how it works. Ow. Even this nonsense, it's not like he was like, well, no, actually, I think he actually did. Well, because I think you're stuck here once you move here, right? It's not like he's gonna let you leave. Is that the payment for having the city pre-built? Oh my god, this opening is so long. Like, it's cool and cinematic, yeah, sure, but when you're just trying to find reels real quick, find one reel, and it said gold. I didn't find gold reels. I only found regular reels. They weren't gold.
Is it someone new?
Don't yell at me. Get out of here. I'm so much stronger than you already. Would you kindly eat my ass?
I don't know how you survived that plane crash, but I've never been one to question Providence. I'm
Won't leave you testing in the wind.
We're gonna need to draw out of hiding.
Draw out of hiding. We're gonna need a draw out of hiding.
Just a bit further. How do you like that, sister?
How do you like that, sister?
Kindly find a crowbar or something. Bloody splicer, seal Johnny in.
Give me the wrench.
Goddamn splicers.
Goddamn splices. Fuck you, I jumped that.
Leave me alone!
Potato chips. Smarter than Einstein. Also, we're like 3 years old.
Your genetic code is being rewritten. Just hold on and everything will be fine.
This shit is all in engine. You can't skip any of it. Wait, director's commentary.
If he's still got some Adam on him. Let's pop. Weak. You're a weak.
No! Let me out of this! Let me go!
Always have been. You'll be no better off with Metal Daddy, little fish.
We know better off with the Metal Daddy. Boom, boom, bang, boom. Look at me, I'm not wearing shoes. I'm gonna cut my feet on glass.
Look, Mr. Bubbles, it's an angel. I can see light coming from his belly.
You can't see
Wait a
nothing.
minute.
Get out of here.
He's still breathing. It's all right. I know he'll be an angel soon.
Nuh-uh. Jump over this. Yeah, yeah. I think that's where the first the reel is. Maybe. For speed running. Stop! Ah, wasted so much. Wow, boom. Oh, he came out of that. Nice. Hi, sir. I liar. I don't care about your family.
But the splicers have cut me off from them. If you can reach them in Neptune's bounty, then maybe, just maybe. I know you must
80% Frank ending. Frank Fontaine.
I'll ever see my wife and child again. Go to Neptune's bounty. Find my family, please.
What if I hit by hitting it? I'm making it go up faster. My gun.
Plasmids change.
You think that's a girl?
Careful now. Would you kindly lower that weapon for a minute? You think that's a child down there? Don't be fooled. She's a little sister now. Somebody went and turned a sweet baby girl into a monster. Whatever you thought about right and wrong on the surface, well, that don't count for much down in
Yeah, it could be coming through the radio. You're right.
sisters. They carry Adam, the genetic material that keeps the wheels of rapture turning.
Dude, I get it.
Everybody wants it. Everybody needs it.
There we go. Here we go. Here we go. Huh? What? Huh? Yeah! What a psycho. Boom. Now let me get out of your way.
That's the big daddy. She got his Adam. He keeps her safe.
Doodaloo, 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 doodaloo. And with this drill, he pierces the heavens. What? Where'd they go? Was a lie. See, this is not gold. These aren't gold. Play it now or play it later from the menu. The commentary contains you have to touch them. I saw them all over the place and I didn't touch them because I didn't know you had to collect them. That's so stupid. This is the first one we already saw. How lame. How dumb.
Security alert in progress.
I didn't mean to hurt anyone.
No, not that. Hold on. Why am I moving so slow?
Uncivil, uncouth, uncultivated!
All right, shut up. You're not in charge here. Jam this wrench right in your face. It's not scary. Ryan, you're not scary. You're not scary, Ryan. Your mom. It 100% is. I mean, I guess I could just stream the commentary. Open the door. Hurry up. They're not getting through. They didn't program that. Making me angry. Ah. Holy shit, that is too loud. They just gave me all my shit. Like all my guns and my plasmids, except they didn't put them in there. Annoying.
Now you've met Andrew Riot, the bloody king of Rapture. Now find your way to emergency access.
I'm dizzy, I'm nauseous, and sometimes I'm even seeing things that aren't.
Oh. Oh. Do I have to? Can I just blow it up? Nope, I have to. Ready. Okay, wake up. Get on my way. I gotta remember what, like. Okay, now we do this. You need a key, right? Oh, no, 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 no. Get drunk. Out of my way, robot. Like a, did she call me a foal? Like a deer? Oh, I want to burn. Melt. Here's the thing. Not only do you have to play the game again, supposedly. 0, 4, 4, 5, 1. You gotta find the reels. Don't you rod me. Oh. Get your ass back here so I can kill you. Right, you came out of the fridge. You're an idiot.
I smell something.
Gunpowder. It was gunpowder.
Security cameras. I can hear the infernal things all around you. Ryan's eyes and ears.
Oh, fuck. Oh. Oh, I didn't do it. Okay, cool. Ratatatoni. Shout it out, shout it out. Oh, I guess I got it already. Whatever was in there.
I know better.
Yeah, you're better at dying.
Parasite wanders the hall. We rebuild us in the doubt and the pride swell our hearts. 1,000 atoms to the man or woman who lives its wing.
No takers? Really? Okay. 1,000 atom. I'd take that. Guess not. Bunch of cowards here. Hello, coward. Wait, I go in here. Oh.
Why do we have two eyes? Is there some
No, you're dead. I killed you. Hey, I come for you. Shout it out, shout it out. Oops. Where is the reel? Why are you making me look for it? Bioshock second director's commentary. You're just incentivize people not to watch this. Surgery lounge? Foyer. Emergency access. Lounge. What's a lounge? And the pitch. What's a pitch? Like a pitcher's mound? I can't leave. Who are you shooting at, man? Port Neptune myself. Banana for Fana.
Away from my patients!
Is this a lounge? What's the pitch? What's the pitch? If I missed it, because it was back there. Fuck off. What? Oh Lord, I think I might have missed it.
Stay away from her, or it is you who will be shot next.
Or it is you who will be shot next.
I'll not have him hurt my little ones.
It's okay, lad. That's not a child. Not anymore, are they? Dr. Tenenbaum saw to that.
Dr. Tenenbaum.
Aye, that's a pretty sermon coming from the ghoul who cooked up them creatures in the first place. Took fine little girls and turned them into that.
And turned them into that. Fine little girls and turned them into that. My name is fucking Atlas. And I'm from Ireland. I'm from Ireland. La dee da.
I will make it to be worth your while. Somehow.
Totally not a psycho. Oh, psycho. Psycho? No. No, no. Meh. Meh, meh. Oh, yeah. Why did she hear? Oh, no. I think she has a radio. So he's broadcasting and she can hear it too. It better be cash or boobies. I only take payment in 2 of those things. Either of those things. Only one of those. You know, one. I guess I could take partial payment in different things. Wait. Here it is. Yeah, exactly. 1 is fine, but 2 is ideal. Play film.
Bioshock was groundbreaking in many regards when it released in 2007, though fundamentally it shared many consistencies with Irrational's System Shock series. What elements of System Shock translated into Bioshock, and what was refined, altered, and innovated upon to create the world of Rapture? Let's take a look at the long road from System Shock to Bioshock.
Yeah, let's do that. Because I'm interested in System Shock. Or at least System Shock 2. You said it took place on a spaceship? Bum, 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 bum. God, there's a...
Everyone knows where the game ended up, but I think fans would be interested to learn where this
Whatever credit roll
the
for each.
idea of doing this game started. And I think, you know, folks know System Shock and the legacy of that game, huge fan base. Did it start as a System Shock game initially?
No, I mean, because we didn't have the rights to that, right? We kind of felt that there was more game design.
The audio is still playing from in the game.
That one game, and it was sort of the first game that really combined shooting and RPG. And it was a very small budget. You know, it was a very small team, and it was the first game we had ever done. So we got pretty lucky, I think, in terms of how well it came out. But but the odds were sort of stacked against it. And the team, was really enthusiastic about doing a game like that. And time had evolved, and the team was much more. We had done a bunch of games together, and we were, we had a stable technology base, and we were like, okay, well, which System Shock 2 was not. I mean, that engine, no game had ever shipped on that engine. It was a very crude piece of technology. Most of us had never shipped a game at the time. So, like, well, what if we had a stable technology base, and we had a team that was more experienced and more seasoned, and we had, an actual, like, art director, and which we didn't really have on System Shock 2. What could we do? And so I think there was a lot of enthusiasm in the team to really try to do a more mature version of that kind of game.
Okay, mature. By mature, do you mean like in terms of like sensibility, or in terms of like development? Is the System Shock 2 just like
This is before we had sold
duct tape together?
Too, and we were an independent developer, right? We were sitting there. We were using the money we made from other development deals we had, and we would try to scrape together whatever time and money we had to work on this thing. And it was not actually something I was particularly keen on doing. The team was much more keen on doing a sort of a System Shock-ish game than I was, because
That's your pitching, right? Like System Shock 3 at one point, right?
Well, I mean, there was an actual System Shock 3 that we were pitching back in the day when we were right after System Shock 2, but that never happened. We couldn't get anybody interested, because System Shock 2 sold like 5 copies, right? And so as the business guy, the guy who had to not only just sort of write the content, but the guy who had to go out and get the deals and pay everybody, I wasn't particularly excited about doing this, because it was very disappointing when we did System Shock 2 and nobody bought it. It got great reviews. It got these insane reviews, but it left us in a place where it didn't really move the needle for us in terms of making payroll. So I wasn't super excited about it, because I didn't see a publisher.
They were independent at that time?
I didn't see the audience actually be particularly interested.
Yeah, before Take-Two, right? Is what he
It was
said.
the team who convinced me to invest in this, because they're enthusiastic. I think a lot of them came to the studio because of System Shock 2. And so finally they sort of battered me down. And it's good they did, because I was not the first fan of doing this.
And I know initially there was something called the Serene Dawn. Was that was a spaceship, or what was that?
No, that was
the name of a cult, right?
Yeah. Sorry, okay.
That one's, I think, been lost to the... If I remember correctly, Serene Dawn was a cult. You were playing as a deprogrammer that was infiltrating the cult, and your name happened to be Carlos Coelho, who was one of our programmers at the time.
It's named after him, yeah. Then there was a story notion that I always really found interesting, which was that you have these cults, and you have sometimes people who they're these sort of characters who are really live on the edge of the gray morality, which is these guys who come in and essentially kidnap people out of these cults or rescue them, depending on how you look at it. Because what it really is, from a functional standpoint, it's kidnapping, right? You're coming to an adult and you're saying, you're hired by their parents or whoever, and this was in the story. It was like a senator whose daughter joined one of these religious movements called the Serene Dawn. You said,
yeah,
Serene Dawn.
God, they don't even remember.
That was a really interesting tension of this hero who's basically a kidnapper, and taking a young woman against her will out of the place that she was in. Now, you could also
God,
the
they
other
must have
argument
been making so many
that
pitches at the time.
not really there by her will. But there's a really interesting conversation that goes on there. I think there was actually a Kate Winslet movie, a Harvey Keitel Kate Winslet movie, which dealt with a similar theme. Because usually you hear that story, you know, these deprogrammers as a sort of heroic kind of notion. But I always thought that, well, there's something interesting about agency going on there, and about are people entitled to make bad mistakes, or is it a bad mistake? It all depends on the person. You know, and I'm not a fan of religious cults or religion in general, but it seemed to be an interesting discussion of freedom there and independent decision making. And I thought that idea was cool, and that was sort of the basis of it for a while. But it was really mostly for the purpose of, we needed something to go out and pitch to publishers, and so we know we didn't have a ton of time to really develop it. So that sounded like, all right, this will do for now.
And was that pre-Underwater City? I mean, this was just like an idea for a story.
We may have stepped away from that to do the cult thing, but then we went back to the underwater.
No, we had that one room, remember?
We had the one World War II room with the roaches on the ground and like these weird test tube things that you could walk around. I don't know where that fell. It could have been underwater. There was no windows.
The thing is, we were a small business, right? And we were trying to like figure out a way to sell this thing with spending the least amount of money, because we didn't have any money.
That's crazy.
So we would do this demo. That was one room basically, just to show. And I'd write up a document.
I mean,
and we'd take it around. I'd fly around the country, be like, "Here's our room." It was a different time, you know.
And we had just come off of SWAT 4. One of the advantages we had is that we were so.
I mean, I need to know how many people. They said small team, but I don't know how small that means.
Through, small rooms and lighting and making things
like sure, you can get your friends to work on it and shit, and be like, we sell it, we can pay you, but.
And look, they have to make money, right? And then we'd say, we say, oh, it's sort of a spiritual successor to System Shock 2, and they'd be like, well, how did that sell? And I'd be like, my mom likes it, and they would be like, well, we can't, and usually we'd be talking to a fan. A lot of executives, like sort of junior executives, were fans of System Shock, and they go to their boss and they'd be super excited, and their boss would open up, their Excel spreadsheet and be like, no, we can't do this. And I think the pitch probably evolved as we kept trying different permutations trying to sell, but we were also out there trying to sell like 2 or 3 other things at the time. We had a pitch for a game called Monster Island, and
well, our SWAT 5 pitch was...
Oh, Zombie SWAT.
Yeah, we had just come off of SWAT 4, which is like hardcore tactical, and we decided they wanted us to do another SWAT, and we didn't really want to do another hardcore tactical game, so we're like, what if we added zombies to SWAT? Like, you're a SWAT team that fights zombies and werewolves. That sounds awesome. And it was like, no, it doesn't.
And this is before, before zombies were a thing.
Yeah.
And so we came with this thing called Division 9.
Division 9, yeah.
That probably would have been even a bigger financial success than Bioshock.
Wow.
But we couldn't get anybody interested in it.
We didn't have enough werewolves in the demo.
God damn it.
We had 0 werewolves in the demo. Yeah, we were going to have werewolves, weren't we?
Werewolves and vampires. That was the
whole, really?
Yeah,
werewolves,
the whole,
vampires,
like,
zombies?
just throw it all the Universal Studios monsters.
This is what happens when CEOs are just
So what happened was we couldn't
make decisions about art and shit.
We were always sort of independent-minded, and so I said, well, what if we sort of did this in reverse? Instead of getting a publisher first and then doing a press tour on it.
I don't know
we sort of
shit.
did the press first. Yeah. And we called up a guy, Andrew Park, who's at GameSpot at the time, who was a fan of System Shock 2 and a great guy. And I said, well, will you come out and look at this thing we're doing and write a story on it? And he was like, sure. And Andrew
sure?
We showed him what we had, which is this very,
yeah, sure, whatever,
documentary thing about an underwater base. And he wrote up an article and sort of featured it.
Oh my God, look how, that's so basic.
Started ringing from publishers.
Buying Tenenbaum's Cure for Cancer.
The article was getting all this pickup and all these comments, and people were excited. And that really, I think, put it over the top in terms of being able to sell it, even though it was not Bioshock at that point. It was called Bioshock, but it was not Bioshock. There would have been I don't think there would have been a game. We never would have sold it without Andrew coming out doing that.
My belly's full of angels.
That's gross, kid. All right. I don't want to... We're going to do the YouTube thing. Because I don't want to have to go through every one of these things just to... Okay. Let me pull it up. Because that's a very interesting interview, or directors. I mean, it's an interview, but Bioshock director's commentary. All parts. Okay, there we go. Game capture. Not capture. Gamepad viewer. That's not right. All right, hold on. Let me behind the pitch. Okay, and then yeah. Okay, so I'm moving to the part where we started. All right, so I guess. Oh, how would I do this? Let's see. Well, first, let's. Nah, we're gonna stay here. Okay. Browser. Okay. Wait, no, that's not right. I forgot how to do things here. No, it's a display or window capture. Either here, yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, okay. And then I can do the thingy where I do this thingy and da 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 ba da 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 ba da 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 da. I add a filter and an effect, and I add a little thingy where we crop it in the crop it pad, and then we crop it at the top. A little more. And then we crop it in the bottom. And, oh, I was doing down on the top one. And then the bottom, and when we crop it, and then we crop it, and we crop it, crop it. I wish it moved faster. I think I can click faster than if you hold it. Da da da. Okay. Okay. Thank you to Ultra Wave 7. You can't hear that.
Bioshock was figuring out a way to retain the feeling of a deep RPG while making the game accessible to a broader console audience. Ultimately, the team succeeded in creating an intricate system of weapon and character upgrades that gave the player choice and customization while keeping the gameplay fast, lean, and engaging.
Bum 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 bum.
One of the hallmarks of Bioshock, to me at least, was that it really blended RPG and sort of first-person action game together in a way that, you know, is sort of standard today, but a decade ago was really pretty revolutionary. And I know for the team, I think at some point it became clear that you wanted this to work on consoles, not on PC, right?
Well, both, yeah.
Yeah. But so the idea of, you know, doing a console game and a PC game and doing something that sort of felt like a shooter but had much more depth. And I know in some of the early design docs you talked about sort of creating an FPS plus versus an RPG light. What was the difference in your mind between those two?
I think for us, is the big difference between System Shock and Bioshock ended up being that System Shock was more about your character growth and Bioshock was more about the environment. Because with System Shock, we really didn't have System Shock 2. We didn't really have either our team to make enough assets or the visual power to sort of make a really convincing environment. But as we started working on Bioshock, the art team was so strong that the ability to tell a story within the environment became the most important thing about the game. And that was sort of not something we thought right at the beginning. That was not really a concept we had. But as we started building things, we could realize that the visual world was the star of this thing. The Rapture was really the star of this thing. And telling the story outside of cutscenes, telling it in the world, so the gamer could discover the story rather than
Environmental storytelling.
Telling him or her the story. And it was still very much for the time, I think for the time, quite different than what you had seen in terms of there wasn't a lot of growth in shooters. So it was still, I think, for the time, very, very revolutionary. But I think System Shock 2 was even more ahead of its time in terms of that growth thing, because we defocused a little bit. Primarily, part of it was just figuring out how to do that all on a console controller was very tricky.
Oh, or which one are you talking about?
No, I remember even the early demos.
Brain Dead, hey.
Like, you know, you see a plasma, you see like a upgraded weapon, people are like, oh, I've never seen that before in a shooter. And that was, you know, when you were coming out of the sort of, you know, the Quake and Half-Life, where it's like you had 8 weapons on the keyboard and you sort of knew what they were and they weren't going to change. Yeah. Sean, was that something that, you know, from a sort of creative standpoint, was it always clear that that was something you guys wanted to do, or it evolved over time because you wanted to have more depth in the game?
I mean, it certainly evolved over time, and each, you know, upgrade path was slightly, had its own unique challenges. Like certainly upgrading the weapons, you had to design a base weapon that didn't feel like crap. Still felt like something that you wanted to use, but then the ability to add the upgrades to that, and each of the upgrades can come in any order, so you have to be aware that this, you know, parts A, B, and C could come in at any different time to upgrade the weapon. In a first-person shooter, that's your star. That's the thing that you're seeing all the time. When it comes to other things, plasmids, things that are, you know, Tonics, yes, sorry. It's been a while.
Come on, Sean.
I know. It's 10 years. Those things were more offloaded to machines that you would then have to interact with, so you're not carrying the inventory around with you. But each of these decisions on, you know, how we're going to upgrade the player, you know, it wasn't like a mouse and keyboard, okay, we can just use the mouse and you have all these buttons at your disposal.
You could arbitrarily point at a part of the screen really easily, which you could do in System Shock 2.
Yeah, so we certainly, you know, learned trial by fire when we were trying to adapt these things to the console at the time.
Yeah, and like having, you know, different ammo types and stuff like that. Like we went through numerous iterations of the interface to make it. Like we had the first times, you know, we sort of put the interface into play. It was very obtuse and very
that's one of the
to get your head around. And
baddies that didn't make it in.
Working on it because you want to feel like second nature. But that was, we spent a lot of time on that.
What motivated the idea of having so much choice in the way you could sort of play through this game? What was it to, you know, give the player a better sense of authorship over the experience, or what was driving that?
I've always liked the idea of giving the player a lot of...
You got to do your essay.
Their play style and experimenting with the play style and trying different things and seeing what worked and didn't work and interacting with the environment. The notion that it's sort of a playground that you get to play around with and imprint your own desire on was great, because I think we were more skeptical about being able to do that with story at the time. In fact, so much to the point where that become almost like a joke. You know, that becomes the meta joke of the game of how little agency you have in your story. But agency in terms of how you play the experience.
Well, no.
And how you load
They're
out
generally not
weapons,
fun.
and how you interact with the environment, as compared to most shooters at the time, where basically like you can shoot them with the shotgun or shoot them with the the pistol. That was really important to us. So we spent a lot of time trying to make the world react in a way that you would expect and hope it to react when you tried something.
Right. And some of those system or decisions we made about systems fed back into the narrative, like locking Adam behind Big Daddy and the little sister. Like you can't get Adam unless you deal with the Big Daddy, which then becomes a roving boss fight, which then becomes another system that I don't know if we planned that from the start or was one of those happy, like, serendipity, like, oh, this decision that we made about putting Adam behind the Big Daddy totally works because now we have a different type of boss fight that you hadn't really seen in other games.
Actually, it was the other way, because what happened was originally there was no concept of Adam, and Big Daddy just had money and other treasure on them, like every other splicer. Yeah. And they were so tough, nobody would ever fight them, because why on earth would you go after that guy?
Right, go off a bunch of small splicers and get the same amount,
So we had to come up with a currency that was exclusive to them, because we knew that was where the fun was, right? But
your professor
people were
sucks.
terrified of them, and we didn't want to fight them. So video game development and system development is a lot like economics, right? In economics, you try to encourage certain behaviors through tax, usually through tax policy. Well, you want business growth, so you lower taxes on certain segments of the business economy, or you want to encourage, people to move into this area, so you make incentives to move in here. We had to make an incentive for players to fight the Big Daddy, and Adam became that incentive. And then once you had this Adam, then you had a new piece of narrative, which they could then incorporate back into the story.
Yeah. It'll taste the Adam fucking drink.
Stay away from him. It is you who will be shot next.
Easy now, Doctor. He's just looking for a wee bit of Adam. Just enough to get by.
I'll not have him hurt my little ones.
Talk a bit about the plasmids and the
Well, I hope
vending
it goes
machines
away
and
soon.
that sort of whole approach to, I guess, what is kind of a tech tree, but and coming from PC games, used to strategy games and whatnot, with very complicated ways of how you would upgrade things.
I hate headaches.
I thought you guys did a really interesting approach to how you made it very accessible to a console audience. How did that evolve? Did you know the vending machines were going to be there from the get-go?
Well, we had vending machines in System Shock 2, so we were sort of lifting that, and I always thought that was a fun notion because it's a affordance that people already understand. They see a vending machine, they know immediately, oh, that's where I buy stuff, right?
Yeah.
And you also then have to have a shopkeep. When we talked about wanting to make things, put limitations on ourselves so things felt fully believable.
Yeah, that does get rid of another NPC.
You can't shoot him. He sits there. He doesn't say anything. Right. And all of a sudden he feels fake. Where a vending machine, the Circus of Values machine, can feel 100% authentic. Despite the fact that it's selling ammo and stuff like that, which is,
But in an objectivist society where you don't have rules and regulations on that type of thing, it feeds back into the narrative.
But you don't then break the fiction at all by having these characters who sort of don't really live and breathe in the world. So the vending machines became an important part of that, but we still want to give them character, and hence and so that clown image came from a piece of, that image is actually from a fruit container or something from the 1940s.
Okay.
And so we had a book of royalty-free images, and I saw that image, and I'm like, let's put that clown on it, and we'll call it Circus of Values. And then, we wrote some lines for it, decided he'd be this sort of asshole clown, and then we hired the best actor in the world to play that part. That was me. I cost my biggest Avengers. I didn't cost anything.
I didn't know you were really.
I was a clown. I was a clown.
I hear it in my head every day.
My wife hates that voice. She hates that voice.
It's an asshole. I hate that voice.
Welcome to the Circus of Values. She does not allow me to do that, so I'll do it outside of the house.
Okay.
But it allowed us to have something that felt very rich and very real, while being very limited at the same time.
And also,
either he's pitching it up or they're pitching it up in the sound booth.
The videos and how you explain sort of what a plasma was. That was a really fun way, I thought, to sort of explain that. Sean, how did you guys evolve that? Because it was a very artistic approach.
I think those came on pretty late too, because we were developing all these systems, and you make the assumptions because you're dealing with them every day that the player who gets this game is going to understand what these systems are. And we always joke that you can't ship a developer with a game, or you can't expect somebody to have a README file for all of these things. Nobody's understanding what these plasmids are or how to use them. How do we present these to the audience in such a way that they're going to understand what it is fictionally and what it is functionally? Because Rob Waters did a lot of the animations on those, and we sit down and we write out like a little 30-second commercial of what this thing is. And again, because going back to the narrative, this is what would happen in Rapture. People are trying to sell these things, so they would come up with commercials to explain why you need this. Using that as your framework, you can then come up with all of these little gags that people will remember that have a little personality to them. But I think ultimately in the end weren't that expensive to create because they're cheap.
I think that one of the most important things about it is we didn't want them to be long, and we didn't have a lot of budget for the arts. We had like a couple of frames of animation in them, essentially.
Not even animation. It's
and so we had to figure out how do we message how this thing works in like that. And that's what marketing is, right? It's how do you message how something works. And marketing and tutorializing are very similar things, right? You're trying to get a message across in a very brief period of time in a very snappy fashion. And I think that one of the things that I always felt about games is that tutorials are sort of death. And because they're usually like, you go into a scene and there's like a shooting range or something like that, and
narratively they never really make sense either.
And they're so boring. And so we always try to put a big burden on ourselves of how do we train people while not letting them know they're being trained, and brevity is really important to that. So we had a bunch of art constraints on that, which also led to a bunch of writing constraints. And so those things were like, I don't even know if they were 30 seconds.
Yeah,
they were really short. Yeah, 15 seconds long. We had to explain a whole plasmid in that period of time. And I think that was a good exercise because it also made the game, it forced us to be concise and to really explain what this thing was like that.
Throw objects at foes. You can even
Hydrate.
catch grenades and throw them back.
Boom.
Nailing the perfect marriage of story to gameplay is a science that many developers still struggle with today. Bioshock has left an indelible mark on gaming narrative that can be seen and felt in many modern releases, but Irrational's motto remained from the beginning: don't start with the story, start with the gameplay.
I mean, yeah, there has to be a satisfying loop for you to play.
A lot of fans probably wonder about the process you go through in writing the story and the design for a game like Bioshock. You've talked about how it evolves over time and what eventually ships is very different than your initial vision. Do you guys write like a script or a design document for the game and that becomes sort of the Bible that everyone drives towards, or do you iterate much more?
It's different for every game. Like System Shock 2, I went back to it recently. I wrote a design document, and we started that project in September, and the design document I saw was dated like October or something. So in a month, I wrote the design document, and it didn't change.
Wow.
A lot of it, got expanded upon, but the basic design really didn't change on that. Where on Bioshock, I think it evolved in real time much more. We had a pretty substantial design shift, like a year before the ship date.
For Bioshock?
Bioshock, yeah. It got to be much more about the experience of being in Rapture than about being in your character sheet. And so the game evolved more towards that experiential kind of thing and making sure every idea was expressed in the world as well as just on your character sheet. So before you'd have a lot of things like, I'm doing fire damage or electrical damage, but that was sort of a number flying off ahead versus, the whole notion of there's barrels and you light them on fire and then you can pick them up and throw them.
But you'd have stats coming off characters and all that stuff?
Much more so.
Oh, really?
And that evolved, sort of, we did a design shift, but I don't know how well that got documented. I think we were moving so fast that it just...
They added that back into Infinite.
Changing things,
the numbers.
Laying down the tracks as we went, right ahead of us. And the same with the screenplay, the screenplay say, there is no screenplay. It's a bunch of, probably Excel files and fragments of Word documents that I'd write and I'd go to recording sessions and I'd rewrite on the fly once I hear the actor perform, because once the actor takes on it, you listen to their voice and you say, you know, what you wrote doesn't really matter. Like, what is the right thing for this actor playing this role to be saying? So I tend to do a lot of rewriting in the session. And then, like, you have a bug late at night where somebody says, oh, this doesn't make any sense. And you're like, oh, God, and you have to write a new audio log and try to get the actor back in. Or you figure out what's the best way to get this idea across. Yeah. And is it an audio log? Is it a poster on the wall? Is it a piece of text that pops up on the screen? You know, that's always depending on how much time you have and what actor availability is. So, you know, the plans sort of fall apart. I think we've worked on that a bunch since on the new project we're working on, where, you know, we are trying to document things a lot better and keep things a lot more logical. But the train was running so fast on Bioshock that we just sort of...
I mean, early on we got the Andrew Ryan scene in, like we'd said before, and that was kind of like the keystone. Like, we're going to put a lot of work into this, so this can't change. Everything that happens before or after that don't really involve a lot of departments working together to make a scene, those things are very malleable. And if you need to change audio logs to represent a story, if you need to add lines or take away lines, that's very doable. And I think for a while we even had like text to speech.
We even did that, I remember for Infinite with Booker and Elizabeth and all their dialogue, and that really didn't work very well, because you'd have these dramatic scenes and it'd be like, Elizabeth, we need to go to Comstock, and it just, it almost had no value as far as I was concerned.
Atlas radioed on ahead. Says you were looking for an invite to the beneficiaries. Nuts, I say. But if your heads up to the Wharf Master's office and find old Peach a research camera, maybe I could manage an invite.
Ken has so much of, you know, these games in his head, and you're sort of, you know, you can keep it all straight, or try to, with all the different things and changes. But from the team perspective, Sean, I mean, because this is evolving and Ken's thinking in his head about how this all ties together, how does the team sort of keep up with, you know, what the whole game is going to look like?
There's a lot of specifics that can change. For instance, Atlas used to have a southern drawl. Right. And then, you know, we recast to the Irish.
And we actually cast an actor, wrote the lines, did the whole thing, and realized that people hated that character and distrusted him from the first start. So we had to rewrite him, recast him, redo everything.
Yeah. From a team perspective, you kind of get a sense on which things are going to be really volatile and that you probably want to push off till later, because if you work on it now, it might change. Larger themes don't tend to change too much, meaning we knew we were in Rapture, we knew we had Big Daddies, we knew we had Little Sisters, we knew we had Splicers, we knew what the arc of the story was about Jack coming into Rapture, and the specifics of this radiolog versus that radiolog didn't really affect anyone outside the audio team at that time, because we could still build the environment. We still knew what the environment was. We still knew what the animations were. There are areas you learn just by working in the same space for a while that this scene, I'm not touching this yet because I know that it's going to get changed a lot. I think these themes are pretty nailed down. So I'm
Frank
focus the team
Fontaine.
on getting these things done.
Frank Fontaine. They did that in the second one, actually. Bioshock 2, the one who talks to you a lot
were, you know,
is
great part of the
Southern.
game, and something that if you're a true fan, I mean, people really go.
But like
and go in and
Savannah,
listen to
Southern,
those
like
and
Savannah,
piece that all
Georgia.
together. But I imagine there's a lot of work.
Frank
that goes into
Fontaine.
deciding, you know,
No, what was his name? I don't
this
remember
is
his
better
name.
for an audio log versus game dialogue, and you know, there's the act of sort of cutting back and sort of saying, you know, we need to be clear about what the narrative is for the game. What was that process like? I mean, the audio logs, were there things you added at the end, or were those, you know, ideas that you had for the game, but then said, hey, maybe we'd demote these a little bit and make them audio logs?
As Sean was saying, there's sort of a hierarchy of expense that you have to face, and so any ideas you have to get across, especially as you start playing the game, you realize, well, this doesn't make sense, that doesn't make sense. You have to figure out how you can introduce that idea. And generally, as the train is moving, you try to think of cheaper and cheaper ways to get those ideas across. If it's less important, it goes to an audio log. If it's less important, it goes to a poster on the wall.
Well, there's also characters that you can bring in that have audio logs that aren't, you know, Atlas, Tenenbaum, those are your big ones. You can bring in somebody to do a short, you know, a few different audio logs. It's a character that some players may not even find, but it adds a little bit of depth to Rapture.
And it also, like, usually each character generally is a about a certain idea, and we don't just sort of come up with characters like we have an idea problem that we need to solve, and so let's introduce a character who's this guy, and he will be the guy who sort of shepherds you through that idea.
Julie, my dear, I am trying to run a business here. You want to spend time with my honeybees? Well, I'm gonna have to start charging you for the pleasure. If I come out one more time and find you lolling out there amongst my hives, I'm grabbing my shotgun. As to your question, yes, my days in beekeeping school are a blur, but I do seem to remember something about that enzyme you keep blabbing on about.
Is there
So
a beekeeping school? I don't think there's a
game
beekeeping
and,
school.
Writing things, rewriting things.
Is there?
Were there things with the original Bioshock that you've always been surprised that more people didn't pick up on, or was there something that a connection to a character you thought was really going to resonate with people, which didn't? Anything like that?
No, it's the opposite. I was amazed. I don't know how you felt, but I was amazed how many people connected to the "Would You Kindly" stuff. Because I think it was a real. When I wrote that speech, I don't think anybody on the team was like, oh my God, this is like really this or that. And I don't think I really had any sense that people were going to connect to it. I think we ended up sort of over time finding more ways to support the notion throughout the game.
Yep.
And I don't think I really, until I heard Pat put together the revelation moment, where it's like, where you had all the bits that Atlas had said to you in the past building up, and then there was a visual that went along with that. That's
Would you kindly?
Powerful moment. But even so, I still was. Did I think people were really going to connect to it or really even understand it? Because it's pretty out there. And that it was meta commentary, too. I think that's completely... I thought, oh, it's kind of meta, cool. But people connected to it in a much bigger way.
Yeah, the choice to age and everything, and also just, being able to kind of roll back and think of all those other moments throughout the game. And so, a great revelation like that, they're few and far between in games where you sort of then you want to play it again, you're just like, oh wow, really, that does all make sense, right?
Yeah, I think as a team, we were definitely proud of what we had done. But up till that point, SWAT 4 was the biggest game that we worked on, and we had no expectation of that anybody would pick this up. Or even like Bioshock cosplay. I remember the first cosplay I saw with the guy in the Big Daddy suit, and his little daughter was in the kitchen cabinet. I think that was the first one I saw. I was like, what? Whoa, people know this stuff? That's insane.
Yeah, people were building these outfits, and that only expanded with Infinite. I mean, that sort of went crazy with Infinite, with people cosplaying Elizabeth and Luteces and Booker. It meant a lot to people, and I don't think that's something we ever saw coming, and we're deeply grateful for it, because it's one thing to make a game and get good reviews and stuff like that. It's another thing to have things that people are having their weddings themed around it, and their tattoos and naming their children after characters. You can't plan for that, and I think the only way that could happen is if you just make something that you're deeply in love with and passionate about. I can say we were. It was something there's a lot of passion on the team about, but we didn't know people were going to take away what they did.
Would you kindly? Would you kindly? Powerful phrase. Familiar phrase.
Would you kindly? Would you kindly get this? Would you kindly find that? Would you kindly find that? Would you kindly find? Would you kindly get this? Would you kindly head to Ryan's office and kill the son of a bitch?
Part of the challenge with that, though, is when people love fiction so much and they dive into every word written in every audio log and try and connect all the fiction, make sure it all makes sense. Are there any things from that game that you sort of look back and say, like, oh wow, like we didn't explain this and we should have, or things that fans have misinterpreted over the years?
There are things we think that we did that should have or shouldn't have been in the game. Like I was never a fan of having two endings, and I think
that's what the publisher was asking you to sort of have a.
That was the one thing that 2K, and they were very hands off. That was the one thing they insisted on, and it's not something I really thought was a good idea, because they're still limited, even though they're multiple. They're still limited, and so that was something that we ended up doing. One of the endings was far better than the other one. I mean, there's no. It's clear that I was much more interested in the happier ending with the little sisters than I was with the nuclear submarine ending.
I'm sure part of it was the idea that if this game is, if you're making a choice throughout it, I'm sure when some people are like, oh well, then it has to be a payoff, right?
Right. Except the game was really about lack of choice. Not being a choice. So that always struck me as a tension that was weird, but look, at the end of the day, they were putting up a lot of money, and so I can't really complain. They weren't dictatorial at all during the development. So that was the one thing, but That's a game that I wouldn't have put the boss battle in, the final boss battle. Like we seem to end up doing that over and over and over again. Every time we start a project, I'm like, I'm never going to do that again. We're never going to do that again, and we end up doing it.
Right.
We're not good at boss battles, and that you're fighting that guy, and look, this is the naked dude. It just doesn't work.
Totally makes sense.
All right, Brendan.
And it
Have
works
a good
really
night.
pretty well up till then.
Get
but
some
then
good sleep.
It just doesn't work. That boss battle's silly.
It's a little funny.
Rapture is filled
I think
corner to
most
corner with detail
people
and history,
expect an
and
ending
the
like a
cast of
boss,
characters
though.
that occupy this world are no less dynamic. Every splicer, every level boss has a story. In many ways, these characters are a reflection of their environment, and their environment a reflection of their character.
Imagining Bioshock.
Let's talk about some of the characters in Bioshock. There's so many that fans love, and
If every one of these things started like that,
a lot of fans may not realize is you were telling stories with these characters, a decade ago. And technology today, as we saw in a game like Infinite, you can do amazing things with facial expression.
Oh, this thing is like 2 hours long. We still have an
Conveying that
hour.
emotion that you did 10 years ago with limited technology was challenging. How hard was it back in the day to sort of convey story in engine?
We had such a small team that we had to show Tenenbaum or Atlas. They were just splicer models, right?
Yeah, Tenenbaum was Ladysmith, which is there's a reason that she's in shadow behind glass, and it's not to be dramatic. It's because we couldn't afford to build another.
I mean, it's obvious.
Yeah. So just something as simple as that, like you couldn't afford to build a model.
We didn't have the we
didn't have the
we had a few character models in the game. There's
the budget
maybe
or
8
the
or 9
time to
character
build a new
models.
character.
Really?
Model, yeah.
Wow.
So we're like, oh, we'll put her in silhouette behind a light, and people think it's noir.
And so much of it was driven by the voice performance, I feel like, too, because I mean, it was like a radio play in many ways still.
Yeah, we had some really good actors, and I was able to spend a lot of time with them. And the fact that I could write the stuff, direct it, and then rewrite in the room, and the fact that we had actors who were, for whatever reason, I wasn't even in the same room as them. I was on a speakerphone.
Right.
They were in a studio in New York or LA or something. I don't think I met any of them.
Really? None of the actors in Bioshock you ever met in person when you were making the game?
Maybe since, but at the time I hadn't met a single one of them.
That's fascinating.
Maybe a couple people I played the Circus of Hours thing. Nate Wells played the Jack on the plane. A couple of people in the studio. It was community theater, in terms of the tech and the sort of time we had for it. But the actors were, we had some exceptional actors.
I will say, as doing animation on that game, that you can hide bad animation
like
behind
that. That's
really
the same
good
Tenenbaum
audio,
model.
and it makes the animation look better. We didn't have a tech animator. It was me. I'd never rigged characters before, and now I'm rigging characters, trying to figure out how to get all of these characters out to the animation team. So we're very limited when it came to animation tools.
Yeah,
Since
but
apologize to my animators.
No, but you did the big. I mean, for your first game that you rigged the Big Daddy, which is it's not an easy character to rig.
It was we figured it out, but the tools that we had on Infinite were not the tools that we had on Bioshock. So we figured out what we could do and what we could do well, and tried to hide, kind of put into the darkness the things that we knew we couldn't do very well. And having voice actors of that caliber that can bring those characters to life, you tend to fill in the blanks.
So tell me, friend, which one of the bitches sent you? The KGB wolf?
Yeah, that's also the smoke and mirrors of games. It's like,
Rapture isn't some sunken ship for you to plunder.
makes things seem like they work one way when they actually, it's like, everything's held together by duct tape and string.
And you did get to revisit Rapture in the DLC for Infinite, and with today's technology or technology from a few years ago, I'm sure it was liberating for you guys in some ways to be able to use that tech to bring the environment and also characters to life. What was that experience like for you guys to go back and sort of revisit Rapture?
It was liberating because we got to revisit it, but we also, I think when we started, thought we'd be able to go reuse some of the old assets, and they just didn't hold up anymore compared to the Infinite assets. So we basically had to rebuild, not just rebuild everything from scratch, we had to reimagine it from scratch because, we had the ability to make it look grander and bigger, but still feel like exactly like Rapture. Is a different kind of, we're making a different kind of experience than Bioshock 1, so it was tricky to make it feel like it was the same kind of game. Because it wasn't, you know, the first one was sort of an action game, the second one was really a stealth game. You know, the Barrel at Sea Part 2 was really a stealth game, and you're really telling the story of Elizabeth throughout those things. Yeah. So it was a different lens, but it was also cool because it allowed me to make the whole story.
The inhuman jankiness of the Big Daddies, I think that, it does benefit.
You know, she became the heart of it to me.
It doesn't have to be like 100% human moving.
Exciting for me to make her, you know, her heroism be something that set the events of Bioshock into motion, which eventually, you know, saves all the little sisters. That was really gratifying, a nice way to tie the whole thing up for me.
And you probably didn't have that idea 10 years ago, right? You had to retrofit it all.
I had no idea.
He has a letter that he's addressed to himself that's 10 years old. Yeah.
I know. Well,
I mean, for me, it was a nice way for me to say goodbye to Bioshock and Bioshock Infinite, because, you know, those two worlds together, you know, you don't realize, or I don't think the audience realizes how much time you spend with these characters trying to get them out and polished and into the world. And it was a good opportunity, I think, as a game developer to kind of have that little coda at the end where you're like, okay, I get to, now I'm ready to move on to the next thing. I've had a nice, you know, break. Like, let's seal this off, and now I'm on to the next thing.
And it was like 12 years of our lives, too. Between the very beginning of it, and it was a long time.
Well, I mean, so my daughter, who is 16 now, I did a lot of filming of her when she was 6 as a little sister. And this was not mocap, I was just running around the office.
Wow.
And I'm like trying to be like, now trip over the thing and pretend you died. Or like, you know, like trying to like not like traumatize a 6-year-old. Yeah. Pretend you're drinking something, and you know, and I never showed her the actual game until much later. But she
That's cute.
BSI, I put her in a mocap suit and actually used her for the little sister in Paris that's running after the balloon. So that was kind of, for me, like a nice
way to connect it all together. Were there any characters on the original game that you found hardest to write? I mean, you mentioned, like, you know, recasting Atlas, things like that, but was there a character that was the most challenging for you, Ken?
Well, Atlas, because, you know, he was basically written completely twice. That was very, very tough. And I was very happy about the original character, and I thought I'd really done something great. And then we showed it to people, and they just hated it, and they didn't trust him. And if they didn't trust him, we were screwed. And so it was tough, because we, after having gone through all the recording, I had to let the actor go. It was no fault of his own, right? It was on us. He had to tell him that it wasn't going to happen, and rewrite it from scratch. That was hard.
Rough.
That was tough. And then after I finished it, I had a debate with somebody on the team who felt the accent was really, really phony. And we had an English person on the team, and he felt the accent was really phony. So at the last minute, we basically ended up doing a focus test in Ireland to see if people bought the accent. Because the actor playing Atlas was Irish, but he was from a different part of Ireland, so he was playing a different kind of Irish accent. I don't think he was from Dublin, and Atlas sort of had a Dublin accent. And so at the last minute, I thought I was going to have to do it again. And fortunately, the focus test came back, and people loved it.
I don't know how you survived that plane crash, but I've never been one to question Providence. I'm Atlas, and I aim to keep you alive.
And a lot of the villains in the game felt like they were, you know, very much tied to certain levels, and this was, you know, you were still in an environment of levels with Bioshock, right? It wasn't just a big open world. Did that all sort of get designed together? It's like, here's the best villain that's going to fit to this environment and this theme of, you know, this area?
Some of them work better than others. I mean, I think obviously Steinman and especially Sandra Cohen really, I think, dominate in terms of the level boss.
They are their levels.
They are the levels, and some of the characters didn't hold up as well, I don't think, on the writing side. The fun thing about the characters at work, like Simon, where he had all those little displays with the scissors and the tech, you know, like that was stuff the art team came up with to support that character. And obviously Sandra Cohen, in that level, you know, I had this idea for this character, and you know, as this artist, and taking Andrew Ryan's thinking to the extreme, you know, through a lens of art, was really fun. They were really, I mean, in a lot of ways, they're sort of like more like Batman villains than they are like actual, you know, real world villains. That they all have you know, the Joker cares far more about the humor and the dark humor that he has, and the Riddler cares more about the riddles than he actually does about money. You know, like, money, the crime is this afterthought.
Right,
It's the philosophy. And so these characters have a lot in common.
Yeah,
with,
they,
and there's probably a
they
lot
do
of
feel like
inspiration
Batman
taken
villains.
from sort of characters like the Joker, in terms of a guy like any of the characters in Bioshock, because they were really driven by their ideology, but their ideology is a mask for their sense of selves, right? You know, this stuff is really. Cohen knows he's a hack, and he doesn't want to, he can't admit that to himself, so he has to wrap himself in all this nonsense.
Yeah.
So the last thing he could ever do is look in the mirror and say, I'm not much of an artist.
No need to thank me for jamming the transmissions of those boors, Atlas and Ryan. Let them have their squabble. The artist, yes, the artist knows there is richer earth to till.
From the moment you boot up Bioshock, you can feel the story grab hold of you. A plane crashes at sea, a mysterious lighthouse, a sprawling city beneath the ocean. Hooking the player from the first touch without overwhelming him with convoluted RPG mechanics was key to the success of the game and the skillful ramping up of Bioshock's legendary gameplay.
Like, I'm thinking about it. I think the beginning also helps because it confuses you. You start in the plane, then bam, you're in the ocean, then you're inside. All of a sudden, you're inside.
Bioshock has an amazing.
I think that's a lot to.
I can't imagine the game without it. With
confuse the player.
Plane and sort of the crash.
Like disorient them.
I understand that didn't come online until like the very end of development. Sean, is that true?
We had a couple of really depressing playtests. We had built all these systems. We thought we were doing a good job of like giving basically people a playground to play with and things to do. And when we had a playtest, we didn't realize how bad
get them into the
of a
story.
job we were doing in exposing those systems to the player, because we were so in these systems and in our own heads, we had no idea that we just weren't facing them towards the player at all. So after that playtest, we took a long, cold look at what we were doing and realized that we had to we were confident enough in the systems that they were going to be fun and meaningful to the player, but we really had to think about how we were going to introduce these systems to the player, and in such a way that they understand why the systems were there. Like, you can't ship a README file with the game and expect people to read it. Like, it has to be part of the experience. So the challenge is, how do you introduce people to these systems, but do it in such a way that it fits within the narrative? So we had to integrate all of these things into the story cleanly. So
I thought they already talked about this. Isn't this like the
one
plasmid
smooth
thing?
experience? And I think the zap 'em and whack 'em thing was one of those.
And the 1-2 punch.
Yeah, the 1-2 punch that came out of that.
The plane sequence at the beginning, I heard a story that like a programmer put that together in like a day or two, and it was a very last minute thing, right?
It was. So we had done a focus test, and we had. It was one of the most depressing experiences in my life, because we were very close to being finished, and it was basically giving people what essentially became the demo, and people played it, and it was in Boston, and we were sort of behind these glass windows, all these sort of Boston guys are like, this is a wicked piece of shit. They hated it, and they were making fun of it, and they were saying, it's like watching some guys and dolls beating each other up, and it's the stupidest thing they've ever seen. And we thought we were in pretty good shape at that point. And I remember the focus test guy was like sort of like a doctor giving me the bad news. Sorry, Ken, you better get your affairs in order.
Right.
And we all came into work the next day, and we were like, what are we going to do? And we're all pretty depressed. But I think we started talking. And as we talked, we started thinking about, what are they saying to us? What are these people saying to us? We think there's something there. How are they missing it? And we decided that maybe they didn't understand who they were and who their role as a character, who their role in the world was, because the game at that point started with you in the ocean, floating in the ocean after the plane crash.
Oh, it's okay.
The crash still was in the fiction. It just wouldn't show.
You just didn't see it, so you didn't have the voiceover saying, "My parents always said I was going to do great things," or whatever. That they didn't show the plane crash. We didn't establish a time period. Because the plane is critical to establishing. You're smoking a cigarette. It's very 1960s looking. All that stuff was established.
Yeah.
It wasn't established. So we decided we had no time and no money so we sort of came up with a script. I wrote some lines, a line, I think. Nate, one of our artists, recorded the line. Steven and Sean and those guys got to work on building this very simple sequence, which was relatively simple sequence. And then the plane crash actually happens over the the Bioshock logo we already had, but I sort of we wrote a radio play behind that with altitude of the crash, and that I think set the emotional and the people screaming in terror on the crash, that set the emotional tenor much better and explained who the player was. And all of a sudden, we released. Then I think the next real encounter we had was people playing the demo, public encounter, and all of a sudden it was a very different experience.
No, I remember even back in the day, I think we did a thing on TV where we kind of talked about it, and it was like that night, and I remember that night, like, people on the forums were just, like, going nuts. And even though the game I think, had a lot of press attention, when people finally got to play it and go through that sequence, I just remember there was this mass sort of excitement around it, and then the game shipped only a few weeks after that, right, or a month after that?
A week later, or a few days later.
It's amazing, like, now to hear that, like, literally like a month before the game came out, like the playing sequence came online or something. I mean, it was that late. Right?
No, well, we still had to go through certification and all that.
So it's like within.
It wasn't far. It wasn't far. It was really last minute, and it was one of those things where like you really shouldn't be putting in content that late. But we felt that we were so close to having something good that we just rolled the dice on it, and we worked really hard on it. Like we worked really hard. I remember how much time I spent on just that recorded of altitude. I can still hear the different version of that in my head because we spent so much time on that stuff. And these guys were working on getting the animations right and the
scene was shot in engine, but we decided to pre-render it so that we had to do less QA on it.
Right.
It wasn't going to be some like weird streaming error or crash error. Wow. It was just like, we're just going to show the video,
And it's interesting because once you start in the ocean, we had this experience of testing a lot with the water effects and how beautiful Steven's water effects were. People didn't realize they were out of a cutscene at that point. And so they would just sit there and stare, and then they pick up the controller. And they pick up a controller, and all of a sudden they realize they're controlling the thing. But that, as Sean said, that part of the plane is not actually interactive. It was done in the engine, but we just filmed it.
Now, as people were playing through the game and you were testing it, I'm sure there was debate about, when would you introduce these plasmids, what would the ramp be? Did that change at all, sort of as you got towards the end of development, about like, we're going to give people the gun at this point, or it's like, we're going to trigger these plasmids at this point? Like, how did that work?
So, like, we moved guns around. Like, for instance, there was a big debate about...
it's so interesting. I love these kind of things. It's making me actually really nostalgic for the time period.
What the hell? And we had a lot of debates about it, and I feel that
games just kind of being kind of scrappy and
without having the distraction
not
is important to getting you immersed in the
AAA and
when you
giant studios.
All you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail, right? But you don't have the hammer, so you just sort of.
And I know there's indie, but that feels different than this.
Like I know when you saw that splicer bounding around on the ceiling that you couldn't do anything about, and that had even though
those are those moments, right? Like I remember when I played Unreal for the first time, where it's like you're trapped and there's a monster and you can't do it, and the lights go out. It's like that's the moment with the splicer where you're like, I want to do something but I can't, and that evokes an emotion.
I remember.
Are you? Fertile. Okay. Or are you asking when
plasmids appeared around? It was a real. It's a real fine-tuning process.
Yeah, and it gave us an opportunity.
I would probably have to get pretty inebriated
to really present the weapons, like put some space between them.
It was probably going to be on a weekend.
Yeah, I think
we get the shotgun Paul sequence.
Paul Hellquist was he put the sequence together for the when you see the shotgun laying in the pool of light. Like every game developer knows what that means. You know the minute you pick that thing up, something's going to happen, but. It was still a very effective way, as I remember.
Probably gonna.
Oh look, I've been
Well,
waiting
I guess
for this thing.
I'm not monetized right now, so it doesn't need to be unarchived.
But at the same time, we're trying to ramp up the tension level by having the splicers kind of on the outside of the light, so you can't really see them, and then coming in one at a time and attacking you.
Yeah. And we had very few tools to really control how the splicers acted. So how they were set up and how the environment was lit was really important.
There's even other things like when you get the TK plasmid. I don't think we had a lot of physical space and opportunity and time to really present that, so we came up with the narrative that it was the doctor's office and he used TK to practice tennis, and we had the turret in there that threw tennis balls at you. So if you wanted to, you could catch the tennis balls and throw them, and you could knock things down. I think it revealed pickups that you could then pull to yourself with TK, but we're always trying to think of like little backstories that we could do. It doesn't have to be as involved as the shotgun ambush. Sometimes it's just, oh, let's take a grenade turret and turn it into a tennis ball turret.
Because we want to, yeah, like, because I remember, like, the impulse was, you know, I've been to dentist office, and there's always some, like, weird aspect of the dentist personality. They always want to get through their office, you know. They just have to have their hobby featured in some way, and so we saw an opportunity there to both feature this, he's a tennis nut, and teach TK at the same time.
And
Rapture is overflowing with memorable locations and set pieces. In developing a world that feels organic, lived in, and functional, Irrational managed to create a space that feels perfectly suited to the story and action that takes place in it, which begs a question: did the plot shape the location, or did the plot fit squarely into a world that was already established?
Well, the first thing said that underwater city. That was location.
Let's talk about some of the areas in Rapture, because it's an amazing place, but also it feels like there's certain areas that are very well designed and that they have, you know, a very certain aesthetic, and the characters in there, it all kind of comes together. Ken, do you have a part of Rapture that resonates the most with you?
I also need to get a playlist, because I know
the opening is always
necessarily know what I would
important
sing.
to me, because it's we spent a lot of time there, and it was all for me as a challenge as a narrative guy is sort of how do we set up a very complex series of events and a very complex notion, and all this, you know, Andrew, with so much to tell, Big Daddies and Little Sisters and Andrew Ryan and the time period, and do that all without cutscenes. And especially, I think, the
No gods are king, only man, and he fucking,
you know, getting that right, getting everything right down to the
depicts himself as a giant golden god.
And seeing the city for the first time. Remember how much we worked on the timing of that? Just getting that.
And it took us forever to figure out that we should just put the slide projector covering the window. Like, again, in hindsight, it seems like such an obvious choice, but we were really trying to figure out, like, how are we going to tell this story of Ryan and then reveal, so you can see the, you know, the city beyond the hill.
And also, we didn't have to show the whole transition going down to the bottom of the ocean because the whole screen was covered.
Spoiler alert.
I think that's the part that will always be near and dear to my heart.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it was Kashmir.
Good intro.
That was one of the first.
The restaurant at the beginning.
Yeah, the restaurant at the beginning, because it was really like the first art box that we created that was Rapture. I mean, we created spaces before that weren't really hitting the Art Deco look. Scott Sinclair had just started, and he built that, designed and built that statue of the Atlas with the world on his shoulders that was in the middle of the room. And Mauricio had done some concept art for us of that space. And once we started putting everything together and getting it into Engine and actually walking around it and seeing those giant windows off to the side that just showed the seascape and really drove home the fact that you were underwater. It was the first time really all the elements started to come together.
And we actually we had built a bunch of stuff, and we actually stepped back and said, we have to just get one room right before we go any further, because we weren't getting it right. And so Mauricio did that concept drawing. We worked really hard on that statue, and that statue, I think, was the first object we really built in the game that was a Bioshock. So we just stayed in that room for like a month until we got it right.
And I think the original concept actually had a tram running through it. So it was like even more complicated, and that was one of those things where we had to keep pulling back to really focus on what the bare essence of that room was.
Were there parts of Rapture that you never were able to realize that you sort of still miss? The zoo. People
that I was excited about. Not everybody was excited about the zoo, but I don't know why I was excited about the zoo, because it would have been a nightmare. We had another area that was prior to Arcadia that was more of a straight up agriculture, forest type of area.
Before we had the bathyspheres, we had a whole sort of subway transport system in Rapture, which we spent a lot of time thinking about, and then just realized that these little submersibles would be a much more realistic and much better solution.
Are you going to be able to move between locations in that subway system?
Yeah, much like the bathyspheres, but they were much more integrated throughout the space, and we really want to support them. And we just realized it was not really relevant to what we were doing.
Were there certain locations or areas where you knew a certain narrative point, needed to happen? Like you look at, the reveal of sort of Atlas's true motivations. Like, was that like, oh, we've got to do it this level because it fits the story? Or was it more that you sort of like, you had the game laid out in a certain order and you just layered the story on top of it?
I think the big one I can think of is that you encounter Ryan in his sort of like that he would live in an area of industry.
Okay.
So he lives in this very industrial area because that's where he would feel most comfortable. And that we wanted his office, his lair, to sort of be not in some residential zone, but where he wants to wake up and smell the grease fires and and the machines and the smoke. That's in his lifeblood. Industry is his lifeblood.
It also had to be very theatrical. Like if you look at it now, it doesn't look like an office. You kind of know it's an office because the story is telling you that.
Set, yeah.
And we had some old technology that was laying around in the game that would control environment settings. So old system that we had would let you do high pressure, low pressure, medium pressure. And those would affect lighting and other like post-process things in the world. And that was a system that was cut, but because the code was in, we were always trying to figure out ways to use it. And one of the ways that we used it was in the Andrew Ryan sequence, because we didn't have a lot of narrative storytelling tools. We were basically switching the atmosphere to get all the lighting changes. So whenever a light changes in that scene, we're telling the game that the atmosphere is changing. And then the preset atmospheres come in and shine the spotlights on them or bring up the house lights when we need them to.
Very, very early on, you could change the pressure in the areas, and that would change how explosions worked and all this stuff like that.
What?
And we just couldn't figure out how to make it gettable for the player. We couldn't make it feedback, but we still had all those. That moved a lot of levers in the game, so we still had the system. So we used it for the sort of theatrical cues of the, very theatrical cues of Ryan appearing, the lights going down where you are, and the lights coming up where he is, because the engine didn't have those tools by default.
The assassin has overcome.
You could make like the explosions really big.
And now he's come to murder me. In the end, what separates a man from a slave? Money? Power? No. A man
That's so cool.
chooses. A slave obeys.
And there was a great sense of sort of artistic progression as you went through the game too, and that each level had its own sort of voice. Was that something that a lot of games as they move further in development, it's like, oh, we sort of ran out of time. It's like we're just going to sort of repeat this and change the color palette. It felt like, for the team, it was very defined from early on that you wanted each sort of level, which they were levels back in the day, to feel distinct.
Yeah, we had sort of experimented with that back on System Shock 2, back when every Doom level looked pretty much like every other Doom level.
Yeah.
Because they were just working on the same set of assets. We decided with our very rudimentary tools in System Shock 2 that we would progress with color, and every deck would feel different from a color standpoint, even though most of that was lighting, or textures, nothing really more. But we had the tools to actually, sort of theme levels. I think a lot of this goes back to, I think my first memory was actually from when I was 1 year old at the Montreal World Expo.
Remember when you were 1?
Well, I remember being at something at this World's Fair, which I didn't realize, I think, was in 1967 when I was 1 year old, a little over 1 year old.
Wow.
And I was on a theme park ride they had and I remember being at this thing where a big bat flies out of this sort of thing and comes up. I don't know why I was a 1 year old was on this ride. I'm not sure, sort of a haunted housey kind of ride. And I remember loving it. And I think that stuck with me. So the notion of sort of theme parky themes and settings, and Disney World does a great job with this. You can go to Disney World, they theme areas. So themed areas are something that always resonated with me. And Bioshock sort of always has had this notion of feeling of theme in different areas.
Yeah, each one is a different area themed.
Building to
restaurant, the medical center, the forest, the industrial area.
You walk from a floor of an office building to another floor. It's not going to look any different, but we always felt that was really important.
And there's also, if you look at SWAT 4, saw some early experiments with this, especially like the serial killer's house level in SWAT 4, which is probably one of the most dense levels that we ship, but you were trying to tell a specific story with that. And going straight into Bioshock and using the same exact engine that we're using, and we were very comfortable at that point with how the engine worked and how to art up these rooms, gave us a leg up when we sat down and really thought about what stories are we specifically trying to tell. And one of my favorite anecdotes from this time period is with Sander Cohen. I think it was Nate Wells and Stephen Alexander sat down one night, and they came up with a backstory for every dead body that you find
Jesus Christ.
in that space. And then they told that story with the props that they could. Even if it was just like, this guy crawled 3 feet and then shot himself in the head because he was sad about something, you know. They put those marks in, maybe put a picture next to the guy, and then he shot himself. So they really like did their homework and tried to add, you know, the backstory for everything that you're going to find in that space.
I've got Atlas's goons hitting us non-stop and 2 dead mechanics just this week. We need to control costs. If I wanted to deal with amateurs, I would have stayed on dry land.
Iconic and haunting, the Big Daddy and Little Sisters of Bioshock
Oh, yeah, the
immediately
fisheries.
captivated the public's imagination. Big Daddy encounters defined the Bioshock experience, creating new mechanics and techniques that had not been seen before in gaming. So Big Daddy, Little Sister, such an iconic moment, or series of moments in this game. I'm fascinated about how that got layered in, because we talked a lot about the setting and the tone. That is still, to me, you know, a mechanic that I remember was very unique about, you know, choosing to engage the Big Daddy and being a fight that you know is going to be very aggressive and different than a, you know, traditional boss fight. I know you had an idea, Ken, of sort of 3 different types of AIs interacting in the same world.
Yeah, we were sort of like I was trying to think of like AIs you hadn't seen before, and this is still pretty early. Like 10 years ago, a lot's changed in 10 years. So like AIs were still pretty much enemies who saw you and came after you.
Zigzag, shoot.
Yep, and then that was really the focus, is how you make them, you know, use AI better at you, you know. So I started thinking about, are there more primal behaviors to think about? And I was watching a nature show one day, you know, these typical nature shows, and it's like observe the mother tiger taking care of her young, you know, one of those kind of things. And I realized that we don't even need a narrator on those shows. We understand certain behaviors just by looking at them. They're very primal, like somebody protecting their young, the predator-prey behavior. Those things were very, you don't need dialogue for that. And AIs at that point, we didn't have the ability to do a lot of sort of, you know, smart AI. Yeah. So I said, well, what if their behaviors are just very primal, and we can model those behaviors? So aggro rules is something we knew we can model, right? You know, how does an AI aggro on you? What are the rules for that? Could they make a aggression display rather than just attack? And can another character appear afraid and hide behind the skirts of another character? And we started talking about these things, and the Big Daddy became very quickly, the actual form of the Big Daddy became very quickly as sort of this protector creature. The Little Sister took a lot longer, ironically, even though it's a much simpler notion in a lot of ways. The initial idea came out of sort of watching a nature show, and we're trying to work within our constraints of making, we couldn't make super complex AIs.
I like how, in that scene anyway, the daddy starts very slow and he ramps up. I like how it shows the momentum. Because like when you're fighting them, sometimes they just fucking launch themselves at you.
Because when we first got the system up and running, this is before the playtest, we weren't really thinking about player facing these things. And we had this entire system set up that completely simulated what would happen. And you'd play through the vertical slice and you walk into a room and everybody's dead because the system would work perfectly. You weren't there to see the fight, yeah.
And we track they weren't called Little Sisters at the time, but we track how much they were harvesting, and it was all like a Command and Conquer level simulation.
Yeah.
And players didn't care or notice.
Yep.
And so we just abandoned all that stuff.
Yeah, so that took us a step towards, you know, how do we present this to the player, then how do we make the gatherers, which we called them at the time before Little Sister design came on, like how do we make them empathetic towards the player? How do we make the player want to engage with that? Because at the time they were just slugs.
Right.
So which is a
That's
horrible
right.
You can put hats on them.
Slugs, right?
Yeah.
Not actually.
People love shit when you put hats on it.
Because you don't care about slugs, and they're also on the ground, so you don't see them. They're not like at eye level.
Put a top hat on it.
So
But you still have something. The trailer had like the same, or not the trailer, the demo. our prototype we did, so had the Big Daddy sort of like interacting with the little slug. And
Slugs crawl around the Big Daddy? Or
no, it's this awful little mesh.
Right. Yeah.
It's like a little beetle, sort of.
Yeah,
it was terrible.
Yeah.
And they were protecting.
And they had
protecting the beetles.
The beetles? What?
And,
Really?
and
the
it was
Big Daddies
so
had 2 drills. They didn't have a hand, so they could. There's no way they could
It's just fascinating because
what is going on here?
Like there's such humanity in it, which you really connect with.
Which seems like
you would think that would be the
straight
obvious thing.
Yeah.
We're not very smart.
The idea of sort of choosing to engage the Big Daddy. I mean, when I was first time I played the game, I mean that was always profound. It makes you sort of sit there and like, am I ready for this? Am I ready? And your choice to sort of like, you know, the kind of opposite of stealth, like when you want to be discovered. Was that always the mechanic with the Big Daddy?
Yeah, the idea was that they would have very particular rules about engaging with you that were entirely dependent on how you, the threat level towards, not them, towards their creature they were protecting.
Yeah, that was set, and then as you worked through it, I'm sure there were conversations about how difficult do we make these fights and sort of the balancing of that, and even, you know, with the game, you don't
like
start
that.
off with a Big Daddy fight.
Just
It's a little
fucking
ways into
launch
the
themselves
game
at you.
before you actually get to that. So was that was sure debated?
You actually encounter the notion of Big Daddy and Little Sister many times before you actually are freed into an arena where you can actually fight them. You see them
sneaking out, pipes.
You see them. You see them walking down a hall. You see the first time you see Little Sister, she's harvesting, and then you see the Big Daddy come and protect her. And we realized it was 4 or 5 sequences we had to do to set the stage for these characters. And look, we were hoping they'd be iconic and people would respond the way they did, because we certainly spent energy on them with the expectation that they'd have an impact that we really just as easily could have turned out that nobody cared.
I think the actual very first time, and not a lot of people see it, there's a Little Sister in the vent in Kashmir restaurant. That if you're looking in the right direction at the right time, you'll see her looking at you, and then she'll disappear into the vent.
It's the eyes.
No, it's the actual mesh.
Is it the mesh?
Because it was easier to do that
Right.
than new eyes, but yeah.
No.
Be free.
Thank you.
The path of the righteous is not always easy.
The thing as you play through the game, you know, I think the moments with those sort of encounters certainly stand out to the player. For you guys, as you were developing it, was there a debate about how often to sort of have those encounters? Like, you know, like how many Big Daddies would there be? How would that play out? I mean, was that something that sort of changed as you?
No, I think we decided there would be 3. I think it was 3 per level.
So 3 and 2 in smaller levels. We did have a third Big Daddy that was mostly finished, but we couldn't make it fun. Like that last 10% of an AI is always like, where's the like? How do you really make
it? I think they put it into Bioshock 2, didn't they?
They might have, yeah.
They might have. I don't know.
But you know, it was.
Yeah, see, that's why I'm not playing Bioshock 2. They had nothing to do with it. It's like it's fan
We
fiction.
needed to really polish it, so we ended up shipping with the bouncer and.
I have played it.
Hunting
It's
the
just
Big
not as
Daddy,
good.
that
You know,
demo was
it's whatever.
A huge moment, I think, in the game's kind of marketing campaign, and that really, I think, you know, sold the tension of that battle. When you showed that.
I like that.
Did the entire game feel like that, or was that really more of
I've
just like
never
a
noticed
vertical
that.
slice
He
of what you
grabs her
want
and
in the
like
game?
puts her behind him.
That at that point was more what we wanted to feel like, because the Big Daddy was still had a lot of problems at that point. But we were confident we could do that. Like we wanted to make sure that was an experience we could deliver on. And there weren't. It was like it functioned, but it would do really weird things. Like it had this tendency at the time to, if you did the wrong thing, that it would turn into basically a super ball and start like a tiny little super ball. The Big Daddy would go, turn to a super ball and start bouncing her off the ceiling and walls like a million miles an hour. Do you remember why you did that, or what was going on?
I'm sure it was some physics bug that
And so that actually happened. Sometimes we were doing the demo, and Joe Falstick, who was the guy running the demo with me in Barcelona, was very good at making sure that he turned away from the Big Daddy. Like, oh yeah, I guess we killed the Big Daddy. He must be dying over there. But so all things were functional, but they weren't really. They didn't have all their bells and whistles on yet. It was really good for us because it sort of gave us some confidence that people would respond to.
Early footage of what Infinite was going to be, and it's way different than what they released.
Also gave us a tool that the development
It
team
looked
as a whole could gather
crazy
around
cool.
and say, we want to make it like this. Like, yes, a lot of elements in that demo were scripted, but they
I mean, it's
provided
still a good game.
framework
It's just
for
like
us
different.
To go back and how do we make that so it's not scripted? How do we make this robust enough so that the player can actually use these systems?
Yep.
So it was something that we could point to and
It
say,
was the terror
all right,
situation.
how are we going to do this? Like, let's break it down and let's figure it out.
Yeah, and that was like in September, and actually the game was done in February, March, so we weren't that far off.
Yeah.
We were a lot went into it in those final months, but it was a big confidence boost for us because we thought it was the most important thing about the game, besides the world, was this sort of big daddy little sister concept. And if people didn't care about it, it would have been a problem for us because we spent a lot of time on it.
God, the explosives don't even stop them.
Excuse me, to harvest or not to harvest, the moral dilemma that follows you throughout the Bioshock experience and defines the fate of the player. This choice lays at the center of your Bioshock story and has repercussions that can be felt in nearly every facet of the gameplay.
The thing in this part, like they're gonna, I mean, what they're talking about. Imaginary Bioshock questions. Morality.
Part of Bioshock's lasting legacy,
Even if
of
you
course, are the little
harvest the
sisters and this
sisters,
moral choice.
you get
that
so
presented
much
itself to the
Adam.
Player, everyone became
You could buy everything, but you can't use it all at the same time.
That concept, Ken, was that something that came about early in development, or that binary choice? When did that come into the game?
I don't remember when.
Not really.
I mean, we had the concept
Good reason to do it.
of them being protected, but I can't remember when you
Yeah, it
actually
certainly
chose.
wasn't. When there were slugs, it was not meaningful. I think there was.
Do you salt it? Do you not salt it?
Yeah. There were resources that you could get, but there was no choice there, right? It was the choice was, do I want to fight the big daddy or not?
Yeah.
I think once we got into the realm of they have to be empathetic, the player has to have some feeling towards them, which you're not going to get from slugs. Right. Then we start seeing that opportunity there of like, okay,
put a hat on it.
Nobody's going to want to do harm to these girls, or do they? Like, and do we allow them to? It was we weren't comfortable with it at first when it first came up that we could.
I think it was important that it was a way to reflect the sort of larger economic questions of a world like Rapture, where where the economy drives everything. Are there any limits to economic decision making versus moral decision making? Because that's sort of what the Randian notion is that it's not the role that you don't sort of legislate morality. Let's try to take that to an extreme and see where that ends up. And Little Sisters sort of became that. And in this world, they became a commodity. And the question we have for the players, are you willing, they're a commodity to you as well, potentially. Are you willing to participate in the commodification? There was, I think, a fair amount of nervousness internally at the publisher about it for a little while, but pretty quickly they were able to sort of say, look, we trust you guys and go, do this. And I only had a few, the press, and this sort of happens over and over again. The games press worried a ton about it and would wring their hands about it. They ever recognized it was a setting topic, but that it was done to a larger purpose. That it wasn't just sort of like, hey, this is the game where you kill children. And
whatever, and that was a sensitivity. I know that you guys wanted to call them little sisters, not little girls, and it was and it wasn't it wasn't killing them, it was harvesting them. And I mean, you did some things probably on purpose, right, to sort of explain that this you weren't doing anything vicious to them, right?
Well, I mean, you do sort of. They do sort of disappear out of you, and a big slug out of their belly, comes up that you.
Right, you do hold the slug in the animation. I forgot
that you were killing.
Gruesome. Yeah, right.
Yeah. But it was not intended to be a prurient in terms of, hey, this is a simulation of pulling a sea slug out of a little girl's belly, but we wanted you to understand that you were making a very diabolical moral economic pact there. And we think that came across, and I think it came across well enough. And I think the test of how well it came across is, I think most people didn't really thought of it as am I willing to do this thing or not?
Right.
And people would tell us stories how their girlfriend saw them harvesting, and then they literally slept on the couch that night. and that's, that's an interesting, that was interesting how people connected to a 3D mesh that's really no different than any other 3D mesh in the world. This little sister, she's not a person. She's a 3D asset, a virtual 3D asset, right? that has a voice actor connected to it who's an adult woman, and nobody was actually getting harmed, but people still emotionally connected to them and made an emotional connection.
And also, you know, I think when you're playing, you don't really know what the impact of that choice is.
Yes.
And that's sort of the, you know, the curiosity of like, well, you know, you're a gamer, so it's like, am I going to game the system? Which one should I pick? How does this impact things as you go through the game? It's never really fully clear what that choice is going to lead to, right? And the ambiguousness of that was something you wanted to sort of create mystery around throughout the game?
Yeah, we went back and forth a lot about what the rewards for harvesting versus saving would be, and actually I think we should have really pushed further that the rewards for saving were much more, should have been much more meager than the rewards for harvesting, just to really sort of put you up against the wall, push you up against the wall and say, you know, are you going to stick by your moral guns here? Because you're going to pay for it. Because that's usually the way life is, right? It's always harder to take a moral path than it is to take an amoral path. But there's incentives to take amoral paths because it's the easier path.
Because the saving, you get enough Adam to do whatever you want. Oh, there it is. And then you get the slug. But
as you
and she's lying right there. Oh, I thought they just got rid of
and,
the model.
You know, now
but,
there were sort of two endings that you know, were affected by that choice, and that was something at the time. I know you said publicly.
But when you harvest, you just again you get way too much.
Two endings. Was that in part because, you know, the game is about not having choice, or did you think that, you know, the two endings were, I don't know, like I'm interested for narratively, like why you didn't want to go that path?
It seemed forced, given that the game really sort of almost made a joke, I mean a meta commentary joke about the lack of agency in games, the lack of meaning of those choices, given.
Yeah, but only when you can use them,
I guess
right?
You could make an argument.
I guess.
That, well, you were free. You were given choice of the, you know, when.
I think in a game world, it's only useful if you can use it.
I think we also didn't really have enough time to execute on those super well. I was pretty happy with how the happier one came out. You know, with the sort of little sister focus, but it's a much more subtle story than I would have time to tell about. You sort of your slow descent into, you know, moral chaos and dissolute living and all the things that sort of come along with a life that is sort of separate from a moral structure. It's a long story.
And so, I mean, you were just switching a cutscene. It wasn't like you were doing sort of a whole other level that was different or something. So the choice was
there's two cutscenes with very tight time and economic
or
constraints.
just start a nuclear war.
Yes. And that's not, you know,
you're a nice guy, or you start a nuclear war.
And because we had so many problems on our plate, that was something I had to sort of do in the spare time. So I was pretty happy with one, but not very happy with the other.
I know you had said publicly before that there was another sort of more ambiguous ending that you had originally planned, or what would you have done?
There was a notion of an ambiguous ending, which if I just wrote one, I would have found a way that would just talk about the moral ambiguity of the world rather than the sort of, you know, positive or negative, because it is such a look. I think we really tried with Bioshock not to sort of make a game about good and evil. It's really about circumstances and what circumstances lead people to, and how they delude themselves with ideology to do things that they would think are evil, but it's okay because it's for the good cause. And that's what I probably would have. If I just had one to write, I'd probably focus more on that. You know, how difficult it is to sort of align when you start being driven by ideology rather than being in the moment and thinking about the impact of what you're doing.
Sean, you talked to gamers, I'm sure, over the years. Did you ever get a sense of how many people harvested versus saved, and was there any sort of data? I mean, this is before the days where you get telemetry and data on like what people picked and whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, anecdotally, it seems like more people saving Little Sisters. Although, I have a few friends that were. I just harvested every single one. I wanted to see what happened. So I don't know if that was more, you know, the game developer and them trying to see, you know, what would happen. But certainly for the most part, I think most people, which I guess is a good thing. It means that maybe people are good at heart. You know, they kind of feel bad. They want to save the Little Sisters. So yeah, I'll say it. You know, the needle sways towards the green there.
Time for bed, Mr. B.
Jesus Christ. You're gonna get caught.
Hurry, Mr. Bubbles.
The illusion of choice is a thinly veiled dynamic that drives many single-player gaming experiences. And while many developers spend a lot of time trying to convince players that choice is real and authentic in their games, the truth more often is that choice is a superficial concept in gaming narrative. Bioshock confronted this idea head-on, searing into our minds a innocuous 3-word phrase with an unforgettable new meaning. Would you kindly?
Is this is the last one? Oh.
Of course, one of the most memorable moments in the game is the "Would you kindly" phrase and the reveal of how that's been motivating the player throughout the entire game. It's still, to me, one of the most classic kind of narrative moments in games in the past decade. What's interesting about that phrase is that it didn't always start like that. Can you tell us sort of about the evolution of sort of the the conditioning of the player? And there was once Excelsior was the phrase once.
Excelsior?
I'm trying to recall some of this.
Ooh.
So we had the idea, we had the idea
that.
Ryan scene very early, and we knew sort of all the events that would happen. There were phrases before there was "Would you kindly." The notion existed and what it meant and what it was, but we didn't actually have the phrase "Would you kindly" until later. So we had a bunch of terms we threw in there. And like Excelsior was it for one point. That's probably comes from my Stan Lee fanboyism.
Was that like so throughout the game? It would have been like Excelsior.
Just randomly
There are some things when you're making games you just sort of throw in as like, we need
Sounds
something.
cool
We need
Why don't
something
you head
here.
over there, Excelsior?
And then it sits there for a year.
Right.
And then all of a sudden you kind of forget it's not good, right? And then until somebody comes along and says, dude.
Seriously?
Yeah.
What,
Or you meant
Excelsior?
it to be like a stub in. You never meant it to actually gain traction, and then you're like, oh crap.
But that sense of some phrase or word being repeated throughout the game that you wouldn't really realize its meaning until later, that was there very early on.
Yes, yeah. And the fact that you would have something that seemed like a non-thing and then came back at you like a freight train later on was there from pretty early.
Sit, would you kindly? Stand, would you kindly? Run! Stop! Turn. A man chooses. A slave obeys.
So that phrase evolved, but talk about that, the sort of meta-narrative of, being in a game, thinking that you have a sense of choice and making these decisions, but then obviously realizing that the player ultimately didn't have choice or was conditioned in a way that they would react to that. That was, sort of a new idea for a game. Where did that come from on your side, kind of? Was there sort of a deeper sort of, meaning behind it?
No, look, I think I was always interested in the concept, whether it's, Oedipus, not to get too pointy-headed here, but Oedipus sort of thinking he has, I'm going to leave, this city and go to another city because there's been this prophecy about me and I'm going to avoid my fate and I'm in complete control, and then finding out he's not in control at all, to the Manchurian Candidate, which is a story I love about, somebody who you find out is just a puppet, living a life of a man, and Fight Club. I always love those kind of stories about who am I and what is my agency in this world, because look, we struggle. I think everybody struggles that. How much we really have control over, and how much is our boss or parents or whatever telling us what to do. So that seemed like a natural thing for a story, and because it came from movies, that idea a lot, and plays, I don't think it was there was a lot of, it hadn't been explored in games really, and games are particularly interesting because
you feel like you are interacting with choice,
and you're really being, most games, especially at the time, you're really just being railroaded down a corridor. It's very easy to underestimate gamers, and I think probably I did a little of my own underestimation there, that it would be a little too pointy-headed for people, but people seem to really engage, because it spoke to an experience they had, a struggle as a gamer they've always had, which is like, I want to control, but how much control do I really have in this game?
True. And Sean, it was also something that was a great surprise.
You play a game, you find the walls.
I'm sure, even for people on the team, did everyone know that when Ken was sort of doing it, or it was revealed as people played through it?
I think, at some point the entire team knew. It wasn't. It was something that was talked about.
You poke at them to see if you can get
with the
through
smaller
them.
group before it was bought to the entire team. Early on, when you heard the idea and you just kind of clicks, right? You're like, okay, like I totally get this.
Did
like,
people get it? I seem to remember people looking at me like I was like a lunatic.
Maybe not the specifics, and maybe it's the Excelsior, or maybe you're talking about the Excelsior time, but the idea that you don't really have choice, and exactly like you said, you played through how many video games, and everybody's game is going to end the same way. You're going to kill these people, you're going to pass through these checkpoints, and you think you have a choice, but ultimately the only real choice is stop playing the game. So the idea that we're kind of like taking that on resonated. Now the actual, like, is it Excelsior, or is it the Latin phrase I forgot, or if it's would you kindly?
See, here's how I remember it, and I could be, I could be wrong.
Yeah.
I can remember being so surprised by the outside reaction, because I remember the internal reaction being completely nobody connected or engaged to it. I mean, we worked on it.
Yeah.
And so I was kind of surprised by the outside reaction, because I kind of thought it was like, as I said, it's a bit academic, right?
Yeah.
And look, it also could be a function of
we're playing it close to the vest.
I could be misremembering it, or it could also just be a function of nobody making the game had the experience of playing it through and getting to that moment.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it was revealed to them in advance of really playing it, so it wasn't that surprise.
Yeah, they had seen it in all its really half-assed, development stages along the way.
Out of order.
Yeah, out of order and all that.
And it's not really something you can play test over an afternoon, because it takes a little while to get to that point.
You need to lack the knowledge about what the game is to be able to sort of have that experience all the way through. I know you guys have talked about the idea of Atlas, the voice actor changing, and it was, I guess, very important.
That's still so rough. I can't believe that happened.
Right, and you trusted that actor until there was sort of the Fontaine reveal and sort of understanding that.
Yes, trust was everything there, right? And so there was something about either the actor or the writing or the accent that just people immediately said, this guy's no good.
Right.
When the first Atlas we had, because you have to trust this guy, and if you don't, there's no trust. There's no, there's no punch in the gut. I think we've really focused on making him have personal stakes in the story as well. That he had his family trapped. Of course, it was all fiction, right? But his he had skin in the game. He he sort of spoke to you as a friend, and especially because the whole world was so hostile to you. I think it took a while to get that exactly right.
Listen, I've got a family. I need to get them out of here. But the splicers have cut me off from them. If you can reach them in Neptune's bounty, then maybe, just maybe. I know you must feel like the unluckiest man in the world right now, but you're the only hope I'll ever see my wife and child again.
Sean, what do you hope is the kind of lasting legacy of Bioshock? 10 years hence, a lot of things you guys were doing, have sort of become common now, right? With upgrades and moral choices in games and whatnot. But it was really pioneering work a decade ago. When you reflect on it, what do you hope people remember the game for sort of pushing forward?
For me, it's telling a story with the medium and how we used everything available to us to tell that story. We used the environment to set up the backstory of Rapture and really create a sense of space, which I think is vitally important to getting the players to trust that, to sit down and kind of like just be in the space and let these things happen. Even the radio logs, the rudimentary animation that we had at the time. I mean, we really sat down with the tools that we had and at our disposal and tried to tell a meaningful story. Maybe not meaningful, but something that would be memorable to people that they could take away and, like you said earlier, have that water cooler moment where they're excited enough to talk about it after they put the controller down. So for me, I think the legacy is that it was a story well told.
For me, it was a sense of place, being like the Rapture is a real thing, even though it's not. It's actually a very crude, from the time, a relatively crude bunch of polygons and texture maps. It's only, the original game is only in 720, I think. And I played a lot of it when we were testing it on a 14-inch, SD television. That it still felt like a sense of place in the music and the characters, that it's a real place. And I think that my memories of the Bioshock games was that I take away that Rapture's a real place and Elizabeth's a real person. Those are the two sort of big things that stick with me with those two games. And that's sort of what I'll always, carry forward with me in my life.
Bioshock is, it's a place, but as we saw with Infinite, I mean, it's an idea and it's a sort of a type of game. I think a lot of people say like, oh, this is a type of experience. When you think about, your career, where you guys want to go, I mean, that idea of those types of games, do you miss it now that you've sort of moved on to other things now, or do you feel like it's sort of you've closed that chapter?
I mean, it's always a part of what you do. Like System Shock 2 was a part of Bioshock. But it wasn't System Shock 2. It was you're growing past that and trying out new things. I think Bioshock and Bioshock Infinite, and even going back to SWAT 4, those will always be a part of my experience as a game developer and what we're trying to do with the medium. So I don't think it's something that you just draw a line and say, we'll never return, because there's always lessons that you can learn and things that you bring with you to the next project that you're working on.
I don't think the new game is going to, people are not going to be surprised that this game is new games from us. They're going to see a lot of what we had done before in terms of world building and
I wonder what game they're
of storytelling.
developing at this point.
The goal is to sort of, move away from the you really have no choice kind of thing, and that's a very, 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 very hard problem which we spent years working on. But we're building upon a foundation of stuff we've done before, just trying to go in a different direction with it. But it's always going to be part of our DNA.
When was this interview? How?
City where the artist would not fear censor.
2 years ago?
Where the scientist would not be bound by petty morality. Where the great would not be constrained by the small. And with the sweat of your brow, rapture can become your city as well.
Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed the video, take a moment to hit that like button. If you haven't done so already, subscribe and hit that bell notification icon to stay up to date with all the new videos. As always, I enjoy and appreciate your comments, and if you could share my channel and videos on social media and across the internet, it would help, as it is your support that keeps this channel going. So, until next time everyone, as always, please, stay safe out there.
Thank you, UltraWave7. Very much appreciated. Well, yeah, I know. Very nice outro. Put that there. Okay. Woo! I love that. I really like that. That was really interesting. But for tonight, we are done. We have finished Bioshock. And we have watched the commentary, the director's commentary for Bioshock, which I think was really interesting. And I like seeing that and the behind the scenes and all the development. Anyway, I think we'll just go right into Infinite, maybe. I'll think about it. Maybe we might just be going straight into Infinite. I'm not sure. But until then, I hope you had fun. I'm your robot made Mai. Thanks for watching. Stay warm. Storm's coming. At least where I am. Stay safe. Ending now. Bye-bye. See you later, Osai. See you next time. Join my Discord.
Thank you.